last decade, California legislatures have launched at least 3 attempts to restore affirmative action in college admissions. All have failed. U.S. President Michael Drake and all 10 chancellors have submitted an amicus brief to the Supreme Court in support of Harvard and UNC's affirmative action policies. A 2013 study reported an average 23% drop in students of color at top U.S. public colleges following an affirmative action ban. Affirmative action is just as important for graduate education as for undergraduate admissions. There are so many examples in American history where these policies have been central to reducing the discriminatory admission practices in graduate and professional education. As Leslie Fenwick, Dean Emerita and Professor at Harvard University, recently pointed out, the groundbreaking 1954 Brown versus Topeka Board of Education decision outlawing racial segregation in public schools was quickly operationalized by white segregationists to fight the legislation resulting in the decimation of ranks of Black principals and teachers. This ultimately led to the firing, dismissal, and demotion of 100,000 exceptionally credentialed and experienced Black principals and teachers between 1952 and the late 1970s. Another egregious example in the 20th century, no single document on medical education has had more impact on the training of physicians than the Flexner Report on Medical Education in 1910, a document that evaluated the country's medical schools and called for sweeping changes to the entire medical education system. The report's recommendations ultimately led to the closing of about 75% of all US medical schools, including 5 of the then 7 Black medical colleges. The only 2 Black medical schools that survived were Howard University in DC and Meharry Medical College in Nashville. The remaining 5 were permanently closed. In the clearly racist tone of the 1910 report, Flexner emphasized that the main reason the 2 schools were left open was, quote, Black physicians' duty to keep African Americans healthy enough not to contaminate nearby white people. It would be 50 years before 2 other Black colleges opened. Some estimates suggest that had those schools not closed, there may have helped educate some 30 to 35,000 Black physicians over the past century. As a result, today, majority African American and Hispanic areas of the country are more likely to lack hospitals and other healthcare providers. Affirmative action policies have been and continue to be the primary tool for all colleges and universities to correct these historic racial inequities. And through a range of other admission efforts, they have achieved positive growth toward eliminating the systemic disparities and inequities that have existed for centuries, both in the US and around the globe. The panelists and presenters today and tomorrow will help us understand the global significance of the decision of these 2 cases before the court. In the wake of an adverse decision, colleges and universities will need to consider how their admissions processes may need to shift. Financial aid and scholarship policies will be impacted, and the efforts of our development staff and foundation members will become much more critical in our ability to continue achieving growth in diversity and equity in higher education. This decision is important and it will impact every one of us. And again, I want to thank the speakers and the panelists today and the organizers for this critically important conversation. Thank you all for coming.
I invite Joy Connolly to say a few words.
Good morning, everybody. Just a few words. I'm so pleased to be back at the GC, and I'm so pleased to be able to attend part of this conference, and I wish I could attend every bit of it. It is, as Steve said, and we've already seen the enormous impact and unsettling effect that talk in recent years about affirmative action and its overturning the ripples that it's sending through higher education and other sectors of the U.S. economy and society. So no more important topic. I would say, again, as Steve said, he set the frame perfectly. We've seen the good that affirmative action can do. At my own organization, at the American Council of Learned Societies, at ACLS, we just set up a new faculty fellowship supporting scholars of color at HBCUs, the HBCU Faculty Fellowship and Grant Program. It's designed to be flexible. It's designed to be, meet scholars where they are, and designed very explicitly with an eye to rebalancing the massive inequities and defunding of scholars of color in HBCUs in particular. And it's just I know one drop in a big pool, but this kind of targeted approach, focused, concentrated approach to support scholars and students of color is the only way the world will change. So for the better. The Graduate Center it's always been a place where scholarship knowledge for the public good is fostered and circulated. It's a perfect topic for the scholars gathered here to tackle. And I hope one of the outcomes, if I can just say one wish, in terms of the outcomes of your thinking and conversation over the next couple of days, it's that something comes out of it that reaches presidents of private and public universities who I sense need knowledge, need data, need themselves kind of material for advocacy so they can speak out with a stronger voice about this issue. So with that in mind, again, so glad you're doing this. And thanks to John for organizing this. Thanks to you all for being here, and have a wonderful 2 days. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much, Joy. So my name is John Torpy, as you might have guessed. I'm a professor of sociology and history and director of the Ralph Bunche Institute for International Studies here at the Graduate Center. I want to start by thanking Steve Everett, provost of the Graduate Center, and Joy Connolly, president of the American Council on Learned Societies, for their welcoming remarks and for their support of this event. I also want to thank the PhD program in sociology, the Ralph Bunche Institute for International Studies, okay, that's me, and the Advanced Research Collaborative, all here at the Graduate Center. And I don't want the Advanced Research Collaborative to go unmentioned, because it's really the fact that Phil Kasnitz, its director, went on sabbatical briefly and mistakenly handed the keys to the place to me. And said there was a bunch of money in the kitty in case I had an idea for a conference. So that was, of course, catnip for me, and hence we are here today. I'm profoundly grateful to the students, administrators, and visiting scholars who've helped us put this event together. Juan Acevedo, our tech guy, as we say, Juan Dolores Serna, Lea Diaz, Malak Harb, Eli Karetny, Osvaldo Mena Aguilar, Damini Purka Kayasta, Meryl Sovner, and Yinan Yao. We wouldn't be here without their efforts. And finally, I'm deeply grateful to the analysts of affirmative action who've agreed to participate in this discussion. You'll meet them all over the course of the next 2 days. Their bios are available on the flyers on the chairs around the room. And I especially want to thank my colleagues from the CUNY system for their willingness to act as moderators as well as speakers. So now to our subject, the past and future of affirmative action. As Steve Everett suggested, we find ourselves at a crossroads. By all accounts, the Supreme Court seems likely to strike down or sharply limit the use of race as a legitimate criterion in higher education admissions. So-called diversity rationale affirmative action has been the law of the land in the United States since the 1978 Bakke decision. In other words, if the court ends what the sociologist Doug Massey once called, quote, the great social experiment of affirmative action, unquote, in higher education admissions, it will be reversing 45 years of precedent on the heels of having returned to the states the authority to determine whether abortion is legal in their jurisdictions. Now, we have some experience with what happens after diversity rationale affirmative action in higher education has been eliminated in various states, particularly in California, which outlawed affirmative action in public higher education in 1996. The short answer is that the numbers of Black and Latino students tend to decline more or less significantly, and it has been difficult to build those numbers back up without the use of race as a criterion of admission. The court's decision thus presents the possibility that policies designed to enhance the access of minority students to one of the main pathways to upward social mobility in the United States will be rendered void. At the same time, we should keep in mind that higher education in the United States tends to reproduce inequality rather than mitigate it. Elite institutions of higher education, such as Harvard, Yale, and Princeton, which I've recently learned has its own acronym, HYP, didn't know that, they tend to have disproportionately large percentages of students from the upper reaches of the income distribution. Meanwhile, the available evidence suggests that even Blacks and Hispanics in such institutions come disproportionately from wealthier families. That is to say that there is a tension between diversity and equality in higher education admissions. Student bodies have grown more ethnically and racially diverse without necessarily becoming more economically diverse. And I think we have to pay attention to that. We face profound questions both morally and politically. Indeed, we face the fundamental question of what role race is going to play in our national life, at least in regard to higher education admissions. I've organized this event in the hope that we can address the place of affirmative action in our roughly 6-decade-long efforts to use that policy to address racial and social inequality. We are forced to consider questions that would not have arisen had the country not changed so much demographically since the 1965 immigration law. And it seems to me some of these questions include the following. So affirmative action originally presupposed that American society was characterized basically by a black-white racial binary. The policy was intended to address the disadvantages Black people faced as a result of our long and disastrous history of racial slavery, segregation, and anti-Black discrimination. How well has affirmative action succeeded in that regard? In considerable part, due to post-1965 patterns of immigration into the United States, racial diversity and economic disadvantage no longer necessarily align with each other. How do we address the tension between race and class in selective higher ed admissions? As American society has changed over time, so has affirmative action. How has American society changed since affirmative action first emerged as a policy in the 1960s? How has the application of affirmative action policy changed over time, and how has this affected its effectiveness in addressing racial inequality? Some people believe that elite institutions of higher education discriminate against Asian American applicants in a manner reminiscent of the ways in which Jews were treated in the first half of the 20th century. Is that the case? Are Asians now in the position of Jews in American life in the first half of the 20th century, when Jews were more or less openly excluded from elite institutions of higher education, or in the second half, when Jews became overrepresented among successful groups in American society? Some say that the people of the United States support equality of opportunity, but not equality of outcome. Is that claim true? Next, standardized tests and personal assessments have in certain contexts promoted and in other contexts undermined the prospects for disadvantaged groups to gain access to opportunities for higher education. To what extent do the various elements of applications for admission to institutions of higher education serve the goal of equality? Next, assuming the Supreme Court decision prohibits the use of race in higher education admissions, what will happen to the admissions process at the institutions that currently use race-conscious policies to produce their entering classes? Given that affirmative action is primarily relevant at the minority of colleges and universities that are selective in their admissions decisions, do we pay too much attention to affirmative action in higher education as a means of achieving greater equality? Is our mesmerization about what's going on at the top blinding us to the realities facing the vast majority of college students whose opportunities are shaped more by the ongoing defunding of higher education, public higher education? Should we be focused on other ways to address racial and economic inequalities? And finally, as a comparativist, I wanted to ask to note that China and India each have their own versions of affirmative action. what light does the experience of other countries shed on our own situation? And I'm very happy that we have two experts on that question to start us off after this keynote. So against that background, let me say a little bit about how we'll proceed. We'll begin with a keynote address by Randall Kennedy of Harvard Law School. After a coffee break, we'll turn to a series of panels with two speakers each. Each of the panelists will speak for about 15 minutes. Let me repeat that, about 15 minutes, to get some ideas out on the table for discussion. My main aim in this event is to get a wide-ranging conversation going about our experience with affirmative action, its contributions to social justice, and where we will go if the Supreme Court strikes down diversity rationale affirmative action in higher education admissions. So all that said, let me now introduce a scholar who needs little introduction, Randall Kennedy. He's taught at Harvard Law School since 1984. He attended St. Albans School, Princeton University, Oxford University, and Yale Law School. When I told my father once about a person with that kind of record, he said, oh, he couldn't get in anywhere good, I guess. He clerked for Judge J. Skelly Wright and for Justice Thurgood Marshall. He's a member of the bars of the District of Columbia and the Supreme Court, and the author of several books, including For Discrimination, Race, Affirmative Action in the Law from 2013. I had the good fortune to meet him a number of years ago, although we seem to differ about where that was, whether it was in Germany or an island off the coast of Harvard. But in any case, I'm beyond delighted that he accepted this invitation. Please join me in welcoming Randall Kennedy.
Well, thank you for the generous introduction and even more for bringing us all together for this session. I'm going to address myself to the race conscious allocation of resources motivated by intent to benefit designated racial minorities. That's what I mean by affirmative action. That's what we're going to be talking about. And I just want to make four comments. These are four things that are on my mind as we address this subject. First isn't it remarkable that affirmative action policies became so established and influential? I mean, the thing that brings us together here is the prospect of affirmative action being undercut by the Supreme Court in a matter of weeks. That's the thing that sort of brings us here, and that's the thing that lends the subject special urgency. But isn't it remarkable that affirmative action has taken such root throughout American society, not only in higher education, but in practically every other sphere that you can imagine? And, you know, it seems to me question number one, how did that happen? I mean, if one thinks about all of the forces arrayed against the idea of some sort of race conscious allocation of resources motivated by intent to benefit designated racial minorities. I mean, all the forces arrayed against that. It seems to me it's really quite remarkable that we've had these decades of affirmative action. I mean, if you think reactionaries, I mean, for most of American history, including today, there are millions of Americans actually who are probably against any sort of strong, mere anti-discrimination laws. I mean, you know, the creation of anti-discrimination law is a relatively, new thing in American history. You know, you have the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, which had some force for a period of time. They were significantly narrowed. If one thinks about anti-discrimination legislation, I mean, that's in the States, that's a post-World War II phenomena. With respect to federal anti-discrimination legislation, now we're talking about the mid-1960s. Now, you know, when I talk about the mid-1960s of my classes, the students look and think, you know, well, that's when the dinosaur were roaming. Well, we all know that the 1960s was, you know, that was yesterday. So, I mean, think about what had to be done. You know, the 1964 Civil Rights Act triggered the longest, you know, filibuster in the history of the United States Senate. Think about all of the fighting over that. That was, you know, mere anti-discrimination law. So you have, you know, some forces in American life. I think they've, you know, been largely overcome, but still a significant force that actually looks with skepticism, if not hostility, at just legal norms which attempt to create a, you know, sort of level playing field, just, you know, merely a situation that, you know, the legal norms that say you can't treat people of color worse than white people. Just getting that has been a struggle and is still a struggle. Then with respect to affirmative action, there were the critics on the left. The critique of affirmative action coming from the left has frankly largely been forgotten. But if one goes back to the late 1960s, if one takes a look, for instance, at you know, Robert Allen's Black Awakening in Capitalist America, the word affirmative action might not appear, but he's talking about things that are like affirmative action, and it's quite critical. And the idea was, from the left, was, hey, this affirmative action, or what we now call affirmative action, these various programs, that's tokenism. It's tokenism. It's aimed at basically throwing some, you know, throwing some crumbs. Maybe they're nice crumbs, but throwing some crumbs to the upper sectors, the elite sectors of Black society, or maybe, you know, Latino society, and throwing something to the high, you know, the sort of the upper sectors there to shut them up or to recruit them. You know, join our team. Don't throw a brick at us. Don't try to overthrow us. Don't try to transform us. No, join up. You know, and we'll, you know, you'll go to nice schools like the schools I attended, and you will be, you know, you will be rewarded and you will be benefited. And for goodness sakes, cut out this talk of, you know, revolution. For real, cut that out. That was a left-wing, you know, critique, and for a while one heard it, but I think that basically when it became clear that there wasn't going to be radical change, I think people took the position, well, we'll take what we can get. And if we can, you know, if tokenism is all we can get, we'll go with that. Now, interestingly enough, some of the people who articulate most strongly what I just referred to as the left-wing critique are people on the right. So, you know, if you take a look at, you know, Clarence Thomas's opinions, Clarence Thomas basically, Grutter versus Gratz, the case involving affirmative action in Michigan. I mean, basically one of his lines, he has various lines of attack, but one of his lines of attack on affirmative action is, and it actually comports with your point about, are we investing too much in the affirmative action discussion? One of Clarence Thomas's claims is, well, why all of this angst over whether a kid gets into the University of Michigan Law School as opposed to, let's say, the Michigan State Law School? I mean, if you're in a position to be a plausible candidate at the University of Michigan Law School or at Berkeley's law school or at, NYU's law school, if you are a plausible candidate to be at any of those places, that means a couple of things. That means that you're a college graduate, right then and there, you're doing pretty good. And if you are a plausible candidate for any of the schools that I just mentioned, you did quite well in college. So the one critique is, these people are going to do okay. Why are we spending so much time trying to figure out exactly where they're going to be? They're going to be high up. And, what about the kids who don't make it through college? I mean, don't make it through high school? What about the kids who make it through high school but are functionally illiterate? What about them? Where are the conferences for them? Where are the lawyers gathering together, campaigning for them? Now, people on the right say that, or at least some. Drop a quick footnote here. My own view of that very often is very skeptical because, for 364 days out of the year, there is nothing about egalitarianism coming out of their mouths. They are, 364 days out of the year, they show no solicitude at all to the poor. The only time they show solicitude to the poor is when they're attacking affirmative action, racial affirmative action. That's the time that they become so egalitarian minded. Okay, end of footnote. But we'll come back to that because I do think even if it's a disingenuous debating point, what about the merits of the point? So we'll come back to that. But my number one, my point of departure was, how did affirmative action become so, established? There was a third line of critique, and probably the most important, and that came from liberals and conservatives who said, listen, this affirmative action stuff is a real problem. Why is it a problem? It's a problem because, well, it's hypocritical. I mean, what about the civil rights movement? Civil rights movement, we're all the same. What we want is we want everybody to be subject to the same rules. That was the theory that was articulated by my great former boss, Mr. Civil Rights, Thurgood Marshall. He said that over and over and over again. He really did. He said it over and over. And all we're demanding is same treatment. Now, there are people who took that very seriously, embraced it, and were willing to pay the price for embracing it. And then, after having embraced it, faced a situation in which people were saying, well, actually, we don't want everybody to be treated by the same rule. We want, different standards. And there were people who said, well, hold it. 2 years ago, I was marching under this banner and I believed it. And, that was an issue and it remains an issue. And there were people, no, we believe that it's a better society in which we don't ask people about their race, actually. We don't ask, we're not concerned about that. You can be whatever you want. Make up a new one if you want to. So there was that argument. There was another argument. There were others. There were people, again, liberals and conservatives, lowered standards. People said, well, hold it now. Yes, I want everybody to be treated, respectfully, and I want everybody to be treated equally. I definitely do. When I go under the operating knife, I want to be damn sure that the surgeon that's wielding the scalpel knows what they're doing. Okay, when I'm under and the surgeon is doing the surgeon's thing, I don't want to be concerned about, well, is this first rate, second rate, third rate? No. I want the person to know exactly what they're doing and to feel very confident in that. And, that was an issue that was brought up. And that too contributed to resistance to, what we now refer to as affirmative action. And then there were others. I'm just going to mention one more. Stigma from the get-go. There are people saying, hey, I don't know about this affirmative action thing, because doesn't it have the bad result of putting under a pall of suspicion beneficiaries? And various people wrote about that and, really have wrestled with that. And that's been one line of critique. Now, affirmative action, again, my first point is, isn't it interesting that it got so established, that's so influential? Unpopular. From the get-go, you took the polling data from the get-go. People, wasn't popular. This idea of, making a special effort on behalf of racial minorities. A lot of people who didn't like it for all sorts of reasons. Some of the reasons I've articulated, but didn't like it. Right now, there are 9 states that have prohibited affirmative action, including California. California's been on the ballot in California twice, defeated twice. Blue state. The courts have put a tremendous amount of pressure on affirmative action. The 2 big cases prior to the one that's coming up, Bakke, 1976, and then Grutter in 2003. These were cases in which, the sort of the fate of affirmative action was at the Supreme Court, and a lot of people thought the Supreme Court was going to, do it in. Actually, and here's sort of interesting, that didn't happen. It's sort of interesting, it didn't happen. And in fact, affirmative action was saved by some unlikely saviors. I mean, who'd have thunk it? Bakke. It all comes down to one person, one vote. Lewis Powell, Nixon appointee, a conservative. Lewis Powell, if he'd gone the other way, different story. But Lewis Powell sort of says, well, we're going to strike down this affirmative action program, with Davis, this particular one that's before the court. But I'm saying you can have affirmative action if you do it like, and then, of course, irony of ironies, if you do it like the people at Harvard and you have diversity affirmative action. So he's the diversity, if you do affirmative action based on a diversity rationale, namely the rationale saying we'll have better education. Better education. If you have kids from a lot of different places, we'll have, kids will teach other kids and it'll be a better learning environment. That's the diversity model. So if you do that, you can have it. Well, lo and behold, isn't it interesting? Almost immediately, every selective university in the United States embraces this pedagogical theory. That's, he said diversity. And so people started talking diversity. And that was the basis, that has been the basis, the principal basis for affirmative action in higher education ever since. But, again, of all the people, Lewis Powell. Then 2003, you have these two cases from the University of Michigan. And again, people are thinking, oh gosh, affirmative action's on the line. Who is the savior for affirmative action then? Sandra Day O'Connor, of all people. I mean, really, Reagan appointee, conservative, straight out conservative, who embraces Powell's diversity theory. Now, if there are a lot of, I'm sure that someone could come up with a lot of answers to my question. How is it that affirmative action became so influential and is, established? I'm just going to pick one thing though, and I'm going to pick a word that I've used now a number of times: diversity. I'm going to say a little bit about diversity. Gosh, I wish that you could, if there was a market in which you could put money onto various labels, slogans, there's a new gizmo and you can put money on it. And, and if it works in the marketplace, you can become rich. Imagine diversity. I mean, if you could have put money into diversity, you'd be really in good shape. I mean, diversity, the diversity rationale, the diversity theory, the diversity slogan, the diversity idea. What a remarkable trajectory. I mean, cultural historians, intellectual historians, when they look back on our period, will definitely have to focus on this word diversity. I mean, it was really quite remarkable. The people who were behind it were really on to something. How is it that it became so established? And, there are a couple of things I think that are going on with diversity. There are a couple of reasons why diversity has had such sway. It serves a lot of different needs. Serves the needs of a lot of different important social forces. It's now, let me just stop for a moment. The diversity rationale as compared with other rationales for affirmative action. So one rationale for affirmative action, and actually the rationale that it seems to me just as a sociological matter is the one that really does much of the work, regardless of what people say. The one that got it going and the one that is still pushing it is the idea of reparative justice. That's why in these discussions, by the way, the United States is a very diverse place. Lots of different groups. And there's lots of different sorts of affirmative action. You know, you got gender affirmative action, you got affirmative action for veterans, you got affirmative action for in-state people, as opposed to out-of-state. You got all sorts of affirmative actions. And the United States is a very diverse country. You got all sorts of groups. But there is one sort of affirmative action that always is present. And there is one group that is always at the center: African Americans. Now, why is that? That's because of slavery, segregation, and other forms of anti-Black discrimination. And, you know, ultimately, why affirmative action? You know, let's try to do something to repair the vestiges of those historic racial injustices perpetrated against African Americans. So that was, you know, reparative justice was one particular justification. Supreme Court, by the way, said no to that one. Now, not entirely. If you have, Supreme Court said, if you were a school and there are judicial findings that your school has engaged in racial discrimination, well, then affirmative action. But if it's just so-called societal, discrimination, nah, that's too amorphous, says the Supreme Court. So the Supreme Court basically put the kibosh on reparative justice as a rationale. Now, again, is it there? Yes, it's there, but we can't say it. Another rationale was, distributive justice. People, integration. Supreme Court put the kibosh on that, and that's called race balancing. No, we can't have that. But we can have diversity. And like I said, the diversity rationale serves many useful functions. It's non-accusatory. One of the things that people didn't like about, the reparative justice rationale is, if you're talking about reparative justice, well, what happened? Who did what? Heck, if you're talking about reparative justice, it's name names. People get really, people allergic to that. Don't want to name names. If you're talking about diversity, however, you don't have to name names. We can have diversity. You don't have to talk about slavery. You don't have to talk about segregation. You don't have to talk about any of that, unpleasant stuff. No, we don't know. It's totally forward-looking. And, we don't have to talk. Nobody did anything bad to anybody. We just going straight, and we want diversity because we want to have, good class discussions with, people from all over, trading ideas and experiences. That has a nice smiley face to it. And people like that. And I'm especially thinking of, white people. To be worried about, gosh, these people pointing a finger at, my dear, dad or granddad. They were good old fellas. No, you don't have to do with that if you're diversity rationale. Black people like the diversity rationale too, for a very different reason. The diversity rationale, if you're talking about reparative justice, what you're saying is people have been done wrong. And that's why they don't do as well on this standardized test or this or that or the other. It's a reason why they are deficient. Now, the affirmative action, we're acknowledging their deficiency, but there's a reason for it. and we want to help them overcome their deficiency, but there's an acknowledgement of deficiency. Well, if you're, I mean, if you're a person like me, you like the idea of help, but, I think for many minority people, especially youngsters, they don't like the idea, I'm deficient. That's something that's sort of tough to take. I'm deficient. A lot of people, people don't like, they don't like saying I'm deficient. Drop a little footnote here. In my classes, I tell students, I say, actually, I don't think it's a bad, I think it's a perfectly fine thing for people to recognize that they're deficient. I'll go first. I've certainly been in settings where that's right. I was deficient, and this person and this person and this person and this person were better than me. I don't think there's no shame in saying that. They were better than me. Now, I want to quickly add, they were better than me on day one, but by day 365, I caught up. And, actually, it's important to recognize that on day one, they are better and that you're behind. Because if you don't recognize that, you might not dig deeply enough to catch up. You might, if you think that we're all, on the same starting place, well, what the heck? I mean, there's no reason for me to, work harder. On the other hand, if I recognize, hey, these people are out in front, I'm gonna have to, beat a double fast time. I don't think there's anything wrong with that in the footnote, but psychologically, I think that's a very important thing. And I think with respect to the diversity rationale, not only do you not have to talk about deficiency, but the diversity rationale also has something that I think is quite unique in American history. The diversity rationale brings forward the first initiative that I know of in some sort of public policy in which being of racial minority status is viewed as a plus. Because under the diversity rationale, the whole idea is, well, different people come from different places and bring to the table the benefit of their experience, the benefit of what they've undergone. So now, my Blackness is a benefit. It's a credential. It is something to be deferred to. It is a good. That's new. All these years it had been a bad or a sign of deficiency. Now I'm coming to the table with something that, is valued. Well, people like that. Everyone is eligible under the diversity rationale, everyone, because everybody comes from someplace. The white kid who wants to go to, let's say, Grambling, or any historically Black institution. The white kid who wants to go to he's white, different. I can tell you what it's like coming from, wherever the white kid's coming from. And, bringing to the table that. And so everybody is a potential contributor. Everybody is a beneficiary. I mean, the diversity rationale, really a big smiley face, it absolutely, it gets rid of all dilemmas. There is no dilemma. There is no cost. It's all good. It's all good. Now, the diversity rationale is on the table because, you know, there is going to be a decision. And couple of questions. One question, and I want to raise it here, I think that, you know, we can test it out. One, you know, the diversity rationale, I just said, you know, a lot of people go for it. Not everybody goes for it. There are some people who criticize it very sharply. And I'm going to mention one criticism of it that I want to sort of go into a little bit. One criticism of it is that it is, in the words of a former student who's now a very distinguished professor, law professor, there's some people who say that, who refer to diversity as a, quote, lie. There's an argument, I'm thinking of an article written by a distinguished professor at Vanderbilt called The Diversity Lie. And if you look at the briefs, there are a lot of briefs in the cases that are before the Supreme Court right now. In those briefs, over and over and over again, is a claim that the diversity rationale is disingenuous, that the diversity rationale is pretextual, that diversity rationale is really something that is made up simply to, you know, it's a subterfuge. That what's really going on is programs based in notions of reparative justice, programs that are mainly pushed to aid African Americans and maybe to some extent Latinos, but especially African Americans. And that's what's really going on. And all this other stuff about, you know, the pedagogical theory and people will learn better. And, you know, that's just, that's made up. There's been a lot of talk in the, you know, in the scholarly world. In the scholarly world too, there's been a lot of talk about problems of honesty and problems of candor. Certainly in my neck of the woods in legal academia, that's been a big topic of conversation. It's a big topic of conversation within the ranks of the judiciary. There was a big affirmative action case a number of years ago in the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals, and a couple of the judges there accused the chief judge of the Sixth Circuit of engaging in a sort of underhanded allocation of judges to pick a panel of judges who would be pro-affirmative action. There are people who have been analysts of affirmative action who have claimed that there's been an effort to prevent them from getting data. I'm thinking of Professor Sander at UCLA, for instance, who's actually gone to court. He's litigated over this issue. And there are claims that people are, you know, have massaged the data. You know, a lot of skepticism about the scholarly analysis of our subject. Can we trust this data? What are the beliefs of the people who are telling us this? Well, this is on people's minds. And I think we need to grapple with that. I think it's a very interesting subject because, again, I'll just go to autobiographical. There was a long period of time where I was very skeptical, if not just out and out cynical, in my view, of the diversity rationale. I mean, frankly, I used to, I don't anymore, but I used to really scoff at it. So, mention was made of my little book, For Discrimination. And I, sort of scoffed at the diversity rationale. Now, I've changed my mind a little bit on that. I think that this is an area in which, do I think that the diversity rationale has been used pretextually? Yes, absolutely. I think there were people who basically said, hey, I want affirmative action for a variety of reasons. And if the Supreme Court says that the only way I can have affirmative action is to justify it in terms of diversity, well, easy peasy, I'll justify it in terms of diversity, fine. Do I think that that was going on? Oh, yes, absolutely. I don't, sure. I don't think that that was all that was going on, however. I think that, ideas are funny things. I think that there are some people who actually engaged in sort of diversity as pretext, but then changed because what they thought was just, a nothing made up theory. They saw, over time, I used to think that this was totally made up, but actually, I think there's more to it than I initially thought. So I was having a conversation with somebody just a few days ago, talking about this. Actually, the person was a physicist. And I said, physics, come on. What does people's race have to do with, physics is physics. And this person, a physicist, said, well, yes and no. Physics is physics. On the other hand, imagine the following. Imagine a kid that comes to some school and, they're looking around in classrooms and they're looking for subjects to pursue. And they stick their head in the door, and this is a physics classroom. And all they see in this classroom are white people. There's a black kid, sticks his head in physics, all white people. And the kid, I don't know, but I'm not, forget it. I'm not for me. That's scenario one. Scenario two, same situation, but the kid sticks his head in the door and there are a couple of black people. No, just a couple. 2 out of 20, let's say. 2 out of 30. 2 out of 50, but 2. Kid says, well, no. I see two bloods in there. I'm gonna go in there too. Now, the kid goes in there, actually likes it, has a real talent for it, becomes a first-rate physicist, becomes a first-rate teacher, influences other kids, all kids of all, lots of different kids, but including black kids, different story. This person said, the whole idea of, the diversity rationale, this physicist was telling me, actually might have more legs than you're giving it credit for. Well, I think there are people actually who, again, viewed it initially as pretext, but changed, to some degree might have seen that actually there is more there than I thought. And then there's a third thing, and especially younger people. So younger people have grown up in a regime in which affirmative action was mainly rationalized because of the diversity rationale. That's how they were socialized. They truly believe it. It's not pretextual, they believe it. And so, diversity is lied. No, there's a lot of people who really believe it. One more subject, and then I'm subside. Could go on, but you don't want that. But here I want to focus on where we are, the what next issue. So I've said, so what next? Here I want to make 2 points. One is a historical point. And the historical point is this. Every major step toward undoing racial oppression in America has been met with the charge that it constitutes reverse discrimination against whites and unfair preference for people of color. Every time. So let's note the first federal civil rights law. What was the first federal civil rights law? The first federal civil rights law was the Civil Rights Act of 1866. What did the Civil Rights Act of 1866 say? The Civil Rights Act of 1866 said that all persons in the United States shall have the same rights as white persons to enter into contracts, to sue and be sued, to be witnesses, to enter into to own property. The classic civil rights. All persons will have the same rights as white persons. That was the Civil Rights Act of 1866. It was vetoed by the President of the United States, Andrew Johnson. It was vetoed. Now, it was passed over his veto, but he vetoed it. What did Andrew Johnson say when he vetoed the proposed Civil Rights Act of 1866? Here's what he said. He was against it because it was a proposed discrimination against large numbers of intelligent, worthy, and patriotic foreigners, and in favor of the Negro. 1866. 1 year after the 13th Amendment. 1 year after the abolition of slavery. And the President of the United States, Andrew Johnson, is talking about, I'm against this because it proposes something in favor of the Negro. Frankly, shouldn't be all that surprised. Prior to 1866, what did slaveholders say in the face of abolition? One Florida slaveholder fumed against abolitionists that they were determined to, quote, give the nigger more privileges than the white man. That's before the abolition of slavery. This idea of reverse discrimination, privileging the Negro, that's deep. That's a deep impulse in American life. And it seems to me at each point we have to take that on board. Now, again, for the sake of time, I'm not going to go on with it. You could go to the 1960s over and over and over again. In the congressional debate over the Civil Rights Act of 1964, constantly there was this talk of reverse discrimination. Now, let's just put that out there. That's there. Final point for me. We have to, what next? It may be the case that the Supreme Court will strike down racial, or at least strike down explicitly race conscious affirmative action. Maybe they'll try to do that. One thing that people have been thinking about, writing about is, okay, if the Supreme Court does that, what should people do? What should come next? Now, there's some folks who are critical of the status quo, who say that what we should do is have a different regime. Class, not race. Class, not race. And I'm sure that we'll talk about that. We'll hear about that. We need to hear about that. When we do hear about that, I have two challenges, two questions that I'm going to ask. Question number one is going to be, what is going to be the racial, what will be the demographic effects of class, not race? It's just nice sociological question. What do we think will happen? I don't know. I'm not, I'm curious to know, and I know that I'm sure there's been a lot of debate about it. I'm sure that sociologists, have different views. What are the different views? Why do we have different results? Again, I'm all ears. My own sense is that, a class, not race regime, I find it hard to believe that it won't have the effect of lowering quite substantially the number of, at least African Americans, because, there's so many, poor white people, or, and who are going to do better in a competition for scarce spaces than poor, Black people. I mean, in any event, but maybe I'm wrong. I mean, I want to hear. That's sort of my impression, but I want to hear. There's a second point, however, and I think the second point actually is a deeper point, because it plays to a lawyer's strengths. The first point is a sort of an empirical, what's actually happening in society sort of point. But I want to get to the second point is a conceptual point and a legal point. And that has to do with this, because I've heard from some people who talk about class, not race. There's some who take that position and say, listen, doing class, not race, will have the effect of actually bringing in substantial numbers of, Black people. It'll be done by an indirect means. No, there won't be explicit, check the racial box, but it'll be implicit. If you check the what's your zip code box, race will be there. We won't, it won't be on the face of it, but race will be there, because we all know, because of, where people live, we know what's what in these various neighborhoods. And we can do various things using socioeconomic indicators. They don't say anything explicitly about race, but the people of color will be brought in implicitly. That's, I think, a theory. And I think, for some, it's an attractive theory. Here's the problem. The problem is that theory will be challenged just the same way that affirmative action / racial diversity is challenged. There will be people who will say that that theory is race conscious. They will say, well, hold it, you gave a lecture, or you gave an interview. We have you saying that the reason why you want to have a selection scheme that, weights socioeconomic stuff is at least in part because you want to draw in more racial minorities. That's racial discrimination. Just like in Texas, remember what happened in Texas? Affirmative action was struck down in Texas. The Texas authorities said, okay, fine. The way we're going to deal with this is we're going to have a non-racial regime. Our non-racial regime will say that if you're in the top 10% of any kid who's in the top 10% of his school gets to go to the University of Texas. And what people said, that's non-racial. There are people who are going to say, and have already said, what are you talking about? That's non-racial. You said that the reason why you want the 10% plan is so that you can keep up the numbers of racial minority people using some means, however, that doesn't say race on the face of it. But they're going to be people who say, we're not dummies. You can have racial discrimination without writing out race on the face of it. That, it seems to me, is going to be a huge issue going forward. And much of that issue is going to bring us right back to where we are now. And so ultimately, it seems to me, we have to ask the question, is diversity a legitimate ambition? I think we're going to be pushed to answer that question. If you are seeking racial diversity at all, are you engaging in wrongful racial discrimination? It seems to me that we're going to have to answer that question. And, we're going to be fighting with that going forward. You've been very patient, and I appreciate it. And again, thank you so much for setting this up for all of us.
Thank you for setting this all up for us. I think that kind of puts all the issues on it, many of the issues on the table. But we do have a few minutes.
Great.
Questions, if you take a few, a couple.
Yeah,
Richard, Rick.
go ahead.
Why don't you identify?
So, okay, Richard Kahlenberg, and I'm speaking later on the discussion and the later panel to talk in more in depth about the class and race question. I'm glad you raised it, Randy. On the legal argument, it's, that issue came up in the Supreme Court, oral arguments, and one of the justices asked the Students for Fair Admissions Council, would you just go after class, go after the next one? And his answer, I thought, was instructive, which was that so long as there is an independent rationale for what you're doing, then it's okay. So if you're going after geography or class, you could clearly have an independent rationale. Race might be part of the motivation, certainly part of my motivation in advocating class-based affirmative action, that it'll result in more racial diversity, which is an important thing. But at least we have an answer from one lawyer. Now there are other cases out there. There's a lawsuit involving the Thomas Jefferson High School where the far right have gone after. But I guess my question is, when this reaches the Supreme Court one day, and they've said affirmative action based on class is itself illegal if it's partly motivated based on race, where do you see the votes coming out on that?
It all depends on the politics of the United States of America and who's on that Supreme Court. I mean, the Supreme Court is the Supreme Court, and it varies. I don't take any solace at all. I mean, this was litigation. And if you're a lawyer, what you do is you want to you want to get the goods for your client in this case, so you don't take on anything further. So sure, he's going to be modest. No, we're not going to go after it. Fine, that's going to be another case. And the question is some other lawyer going to go after it? And we already have, you mentioned this case in Virginia, where the United States District Court judge struck down a, race neutral mechanism for getting racial diversity. That's a straw in the wind. That's going now, what's the Supreme Court going to do? I don't know what the Supreme Court's going to do. It all depends on who's on the Supreme Court. And who's on the Supreme Court depends on, well, who becomes president of the United States, who are the senators, depends on politics.
Thank you, Professor Kennedy. I really appreciated this legal and historical overview. I want to ask you whether or not we have kind of a teleological problem in the sense that if the Constitution and the judicial system already comprise watered down, anemic concepts in order to deal with the historic racist past of the United States, if it's even possible legally to get to some kind of order that would rectify or ameliorate the consequences of the past. And the reason why I ask this, as you were critiquing the diversity frame and discourse that came out arguably as a compromise between those who had a more radical vision and those who had a more conservative vision, the same thing happened with Brown when Justice Brennan talked to Associate Justice Clark around integration. He said desegregation is actually a shade less offensive than integration. And you can see this in the archives, right? So even in the Brown decision, they knew that integration, which is arguably has never been implemented in the United States, desegregation, which God also operationalizes diversity, is where we got to. But that was always intentional because the other parts were so much more radical. And I wonder if we're just set up right now in the judicial system, in the legal system, to not do anything that is going to be hugely ameliorative, and we'll just be chasing our tails with these issues in higher education. What's your thought on that?
Yeah, well, you've asked a deep question. Basically, it seems to me what I take from your question is, shall we overcome? It seems to me that's what you're asking. Shall we overcome? And of course, over the course of American history, there are very substantial people who have answered in radically different ways. So on the one hand, you have the people, there's some people who say we shall overcome. And in the we shall overcome camp would be, the greatest American ever, Frederick Douglass. Frederick Douglass, before the abolition of slavery, was asked, basically, do you foresee a time in the United States when people of different races will be able to live together on an equal basis as neighbors? And his answer was yes. That's, this is coming from a person who bore the scars of slavery on his back. He said yes. Now, and in the 20th century, the great spokesperson for we shall overcome, Martin Luther King Jr. April 3rd, 1968. I've been to the mountaintop. I might not get there with you, but I've glimpsed the promised land. I mean, he was optimistic. Now, was he some naive? Was he some ignorant person who had never seen the ugliest face of racism? No, he was no. This was a person who had faced racism, close up. But he was, he's optimistic. Now, there is a different view. Who would be in the different view? Thomas Jefferson. Notes on the state of Virginia. Thomas Jefferson, we're not going to be overcoming. There is too much that has already happened that has poisoned the well in America. The blacks will always know that the white people enslaved their forebears. Thomas Jefferson, Alexis de Tocqueville, Abraham Lincoln. So there you have, some substantial white thinkers, certainly in the Black nationalist tradition. What Marcus Garvey, Malcolm X, Derek Bell, Henry Harold Kennedy Sr., my father, whom I revere. Oh, pessimistic. No, let's just get this straight. No use in being sentimental about it. My own view, although I have been for most of my life in the optimistic camp. It has been sorely tested. And I must say, I used to be, I think, something of a triumphalist. I'm not a triumphalist. And I used to sometimes get a little bit indignant in my reactions to pessimists. I don't do that anymore. I don't see how anybody could, given what's happened in the past decade in the United States of America. And God knows what's happening going forward. We don't know. I don't mean to filibuster. I will end my comment to you, however, by just sharing with you a question that I once put to Mr. Civil Rights Thurgood Marshall that I think is pertinent here. It didn't involve a affirmative action case or anything. It actually involved a death penalty case. And a person had been executed over Justice Marshall's dissent. The next day he came in, I saw him, and I went up to him and I said, Justice Marshall, how do you feel insofar as the things that you care about most? You lose those cases. You write your dissents, but they're dissents. I said, how do you feel about that? Are you discouraged? That's what I asked. I said, are you discouraged? And his response to me is a response that I embrace. His response to me was, no, I am not discouraged. This is a marathon. It's not a sprint. And then he said this, and this is directly pertinent to your point. He said to me, knucklehead, and he called all of his clerks knuckleheads. He said, knucklehead, remember, in much of my life as a practicing attorney, Plessy versus Ferguson was a good case for me. It's the case that I used as that was my first card, because it talked about separate but equal. He said, most of my life as a practicing attorney was squeezing out as much equality as I could get. Now, ultimately, we were able to attack Plessy versus Ferguson. That came sort of late for me. So he said, in thinking about things, take that into account. I say, yeah, take that into account. Take that into account. And if one takes that into account, it seems to me that one sort of says, well, yeah, we live in a profoundly, the United States of America, profoundly racist. Profoundly racist. And still, a pigmentocracy. We live in a pigmentocracy as far as I'm concerned. But has there been really actually quite remarkable change in many spheres of American life, including higher education? I mean, I speak to you as a person who is a member of the Harvard University community. The president-elect of Harvard University is a Black woman. Not a little thing. I think that's is that everything? No, I don't think that I don't think the world revolves around Harvard University. Do I think it is a significant data point. Yeah, it's a significant data point.
Thank you very much. We'll get to know each other and we'll start in that out. Everyone who's come here to the CUNY Graduate Center, and also welcome to the somewhat larger group of people who appear to be listening online. It's the way things operate these days. As you all know, the debates over affirmative action that we'll be dealing with for the next today and tomorrow have often focused on theory, have often been dominated by legal arguments and arguments about the law. Surprisingly, I think actual practice of institutions has been studied considerably less. And I think that that's probably one of the reasons that this debate tends to get somewhat stuck in time, is the actual everyday compromises that make it work in places we know a lot less about. And our first session will help us perhaps move ahead a little bit on that score. Another problem with the debate, of course, is like all things American and all things that have constitutional and legal issues in America, we tend to be fairly parochial in the way we look at them. On the other hand, many other countries have faced the question of historical injustice, attempts at equality, and how those are remedied through institutions. And so this session, we're very pleased to have two experts on affirmative action programs. They're not always called exactly that, but restorative programs, preferential programs in the two largest nations in the world. And from which I think we could definitely learn a good deal. I'm very pleased to introduce our two speakers. Yan Sun is my Queens College colleague at CUNY and at the CUNY Graduate Center. She's the author of From Empire to Nation, Ethnic Politics in China, which deals with, among other things, the ethnic tensions over identity politics and affirmative action programs in China historically. Ajanta Subramanian is currently a professor of anthropology and South Asian studies at Harvard. Her book, The Caste of Merit, Engineering Education in India, analyzes meritocracy in a terrain of caste struggle and its implications for democratic transformation. And I am super interested in this, in part because I'm very pleased to announce that Professor Subramanian is joining us here at the CUNY Graduate Center in fall of 2023. So welcome very much. And without further ado, Professor Sun.
I have 15 slides. This works. Yes. So it's very interesting to start with the China's case, because usually it's the other way around. They are more interested in learning what's going on here so that they can take some lessons. Anyway, so most relevant for the China case is that affirmative action is called preferential policy in China. It's also been heatedly debated in contemporary China. And affirmative action is also on the defensive. And adjustments or changes have already made or are still also ongoing in China right now. So I'm going to show you why and how. Some dynamics are similar, others are different. So affirmative action again is called preferential policy in China. So AA versus PP. So this is the I guess a graphic definition of the first is called equality. The second one is called fairness or justice. So you take the stool from the bigger guy from the first picture and put under the right, feet of the little guy. So that's called preferential policy, or it's ethnically specific policy. So the core debate in contemporary China is between equality in outcome versus equality in access. So equality in outcome means bridging socioeconomic gaps among groups, and also preferences at access or entry point. Equality in access is equal entry standards for all groups with similar local conditions, and that qualifier is very important. Similar local conditions means educational resources, socioeconomic level of socioeconomic development, and also language. So what are the origins of China's preferential policy? Of course, the Communist Revolution in 1949. So 1950s, the whole decade, the party went out to classify, identify, give everyone a designation of your ethnic group, and then the benefits, the privileges, and also affirmative action would be associated, right, with that ethnic label the government has given you. So the purpose was national integration, because the Communist Party need to bring the frontier people, right, the borderland people, to the new nation state, part of nation building. And also, of course, at the Communist Party, this was part of socialist egalitarianism. Very successful in the Mao era, in the socialist era, mainly because of three alignments of three disadvantages: the ethnic, the regional, and the class aligned together. So very popular. The only opposition, very ironically, came from the radical left, especially during the Great Leap Forward and Cultural Revolution, because they didn't like the part about cultural protection, language protection. So they didn't want to emphasize ethnic differences. They want to emphasize class, social class solidarity, and social class universalism. So the Red Guards during the Cultural Revolution went on to destroy the mosques, monasteries, and making Muslim people raise pigs and eating pork. And after Cultural Revolution, the new government wanted to redress those historical wrongs, contemporary historical wrongs, and therefore abandoned social class paradigm and shifted to identity politics. So this is why in contemporary China, affirmative action no longer emphasizes social class, but ethnicity. So this is the minority groups. So the blue here is Korean. The red here is Manchuria or China, Siberia. Then it's Mongolia here. The purple and the pink would be Uyghurs and other Muslim groups, and the yellow would be Tibetans. And the down southwest would be Southeast Asian, South Asian minorities. And the brown part is the Han people, the majority. Right. So affirmative action empire built during the Mao era continued to this time. That's not my term. It's actually a term you in the book, in the title of a book by Harvard historian Terry Martin. Yes, Cornell book, the affirmative action. It's about former Soviet republics, how they were held together by affirmative action. So these are the areas far more extensive than America, I would say. Economic development, public sector hiring, college admissions, and cultural protection. Family planning went on for a few decades. That is, minority groups, different minority groups would be allowed to have more children, some unlimited. The smaller minority, the less restrictions they faced. Law enforcement, also called dual legal standards. So looser standards, looser punishment towards minority groups, because they have their own conventions, own definition of what's crime, what's criminal, what's not, from the mainstream societies. But after a number of riots, they began to backtrack down. So I don't have time to go over all of them. So I only want to show one graph about affirmative action in economic development. And this is only from the central government. So these are the subsidies provided to the 5 minority regions, ethnic regions. So the top one, the very top one is for Tibet. So you can see the share of government subsidy for Tibet as a whole is over 90%. And the previous decades, even more so, right? Sometimes more than 100%. So therefore, it has become known as a sort of dependent economy or affirmative action economy, because almost the total revenues came from the central government. And also major state firms and every province is also required to build infrastructure, to donate to Tibet, to provide jobs and everything, right? So I'm only providing one, but so our main focus today, since it's college admission, so I'll go over China's preferential policy in college admissions. So for the sensitive minority groups, mainly the ones harder to assimilate or not assimilate yet, the Uyghurs, right, and Tibetans, you have triple protections. So they can take the college entrance exams in minority, their local languages, but they use different textbooks. So the tests taken in those ethnic languages, they also have ethnic schools, dual school system, ethnic schools where ethnic language is taught and used in instruction, and Mandarin language schools, right? So the ethnic language test takers, the textbook is easier, so the test would be easier. So it's one protection. Proportional admission means if Uyghurs, for example, are 46% of Xinjiang, then colleges are required to admit 40% of Uyghurs, no matter their test scores. So you scale them down, no matter the cutoff line nationally. So from the top to bottom, right, you have to admit 46%. That's called proportional admission. Only Tibet and Xinjiang have that system. And the third protection is bonus points for all ethnic students. Next page, I'll show you the bonus point, the scale of them. So for double preferences for Tibetan regions outside Tibet, Inner Mongolia and Korea Autonomous Prefecture, it means they have bonus points, but also they have they can take the test in local languages. Single protection mainly in mixed ethnic regions, and also in Han majority regions where there are also scattered minority groups. Right, they get only bonus points. So here is an example of the bonus points in Xinjiang, the different groups, how many points they get. So 10 between 10 to 150 at the highest. So, you know, in the scale of SAT here, it doesn't sound that much, right? But in China, every point matters because the computer system, it's not holistic selection here. That would cause too much corruption, would never work in China or India, right? So you have to do the computer system impersonally. You put all your choices, your majors and your scores put in together, every point right up, and then computer system pops you up and then you admit it. So the popular saying in China is that with 5 points extra, you can defeat a whole sports ground of people. So because of the population, size of the population in China, every 5 points. So this is why it's very controversial, because if you get this many points, right? But as you go down the year, you can see also the changes, because as you go down less and less bonus points nowadays. So grievances, right, about affirmative action college admissions. First of all, minority students not too happy either, because they often major in ethnic studies, their own languages, humanities. And when it comes to college majors, there are not many choices for them. And also the admission officers from the colleges usually, you know, they know there's extra points, so they usually don't assign them to this, you know, this competitive majors. So once they graduate, you know, not all the majors are very competitive in the marketplace. And because they take humanities and their own language. So once they go to college, they have to take a lot of 2 years of remedial classes. They have to pay for that, and also longer, right? They also don't get to mingle students with their peer group. So they are basically isolated from the rest of the class. Once in the job market, also employers, especially nowadays with market economy and the private sector, there's no, you know, China has a very strict quota system. You have to, especially in minority regions, you have to hire, you know, according to these proportions. But private sector is not required to do that. So then once out of college, they face this stigma in the job market. Their minority families are also not happy either, because during the Mao days, right, the whole system was building up, nation building. So middle class, professional class was being created. So very easy for graduates at the time, because not many college graduates yet, right? Actually, no college graduates before socialist days. So very easy for them to get a public sector, government official, government servant job, right? And they carry on that hope. But nowadays in the market economy, you know, no more. And also very often in the public sector, the quota system already filled up, right? And now they all want to downsize the government sector. So again, very difficult for them. So they get very frustrated because they pay a tuition, they feel this is the bad investment. And once they feel it's bad investment, and if I cannot get a job, and then a lot of them develop doubts about the value of secular mainstream education. So a lot of them, for example, would be attracted to monasteries. In some districts, right, 40% of the young Tibetan men actually are in monasteries. And Uyghur regions also, the legal and illegal madrasas also attract a lot of young people. And in crisis times, of course, you have riots, and some of them end up, we know, in re-education camps. Grievances over affirmative action college admissions for the majority group, right? Of course, they see as unfair advantages or reverse discrimination. Some of the Han students even talk about being second-class citizens. Foreign Westerners are top-class citizens, and then minorities, then Taiwanese and Hong Kong people, and finally fourth-class citizens would be Han people. This is what they say, right? So basically, it's the Han students who go to the same school, same neighborhood, speak the same language, right? In Han cities, they feel like, it's not fair that, their classmates, everything the same, they get extra 5 points. And also Han residents in frontier regions, their parents, their grandparents are sent there by in Mao's days. They grew up the third generation, and then they feel disadvantaged too without these extra points. And for educators, right, and employers, they feel affirmative action has acted as a disincentive for hard work, and especially the PR, the proportional scaling, the proportional admission system, right? Basically, 40%, 40-some% of Uyghurs would all be admitted. Then there was disincentive for them to, why not? I'll get in anyway, right? So I have those numbers in my book. Sometimes the cutoff line, right, for STEM especially, 16 points out of 100, you can qualify for college. Of course, in college you need a lot of remedial classes. Employers, again, this is the problem. Very frustrated for both sides. Public attitudes. You can go to Chinese websites and look at the readers' comments, on these articles, on media reports, right? Strong support for affirmative action for ethnic regions with poor educational sources, frontier regions, remote regions, pastoral, nomadic communities, and core ethnic regions, meaning ethnic regions with minority majorities, right? But they also support affirmative action for Han students in the same regions. But there's very little support for second generation ethnic students in urban areas. They feel like their parents deserve it, but then the second generation, third generation, they are the same. They shouldn't enjoy this affirmative action anymore. There's also no public support for non-indigenous ethnic groups. For example, Central Asians, Kazakhs, Uzbeks, Kyrgyz, but Tajiks and Uyghurs are indigenous, so they get support. Also Koreans and Russians, also non-indigenous. So critiques of affirmative action in contemporary China, they mainly come from integrationists. So on the right, there are the liberals. Liberals actually advocate autonomy rights. On the left, you have the socialists. So integration is actually in the middle. So their leader is actually someone who got a PhD degree from Brown University Sociology. So he's well-spoken, very educated. He's a minority and he can do research. So when he debates this left and right, he's very, he prevails over them. So he and his students, his students are very prominent, occupy important positions everywhere in China. They see preferential policy as an instrument for securing scarce sources, promotes identity politics, gaming the system. There are all kinds of gaming on both sides, by minority and majority. A lot of interesting stories, corruption scandals every year, right? It also reignites ethnic identity for groups who are already assimilated, but in the fight for jobs, for posh, these admission spots, they try to, enhance their ethnic markers or differentiations. Another argument is that affirmative action insulates or cocoons recipients from achieving full potential professionally and individually. They can go further, but because this protects them and also channels them to these humanities, ethnic languages, so they're not exposed to larger context to compete, which they could have, right? Usually they are stuck in that minority track. And overall integrationist would say all this is contrary to the original goal of affirmative action, that is, right, integration, centripetal, not central field goal. Reforms, right? Finally, we come to contemporary reforms in college admissions. So this is actually a state commission on ethnic affairs. It's many minority scholars, minority officials, right, from different groups. So they have issued three guiding principles. I know they are on the defensive, so that they try to play nice to both sides, placate both the majority and the minority. So they want to balance both access and also outcome, equaling both access and outcome. So there are three guiding principles for reform would be, right, affirmative action should keep up with changes in society. If we say after several generations, 7 decades of communist rule, if there are still, people, second, third generation still need affirmative action, this makes party look bad, right? We haven't done any progress, right? So we have to keep up with changes in society. Secondly, emphasize differentiation. Nowadays, the word is really differentiation between the remote and the poor regions, and also the ones are already integrated in the urban areas and so on and so forth, right? And thirdly, fairness for all groups. That is, equal outcome for minority groups, but equal access to other groups. Right. Ethnic harmony nowadays is also a big word in China because it emphasizes social stability, right? So here are the latest reforms of affirmative action in college admissions, right? For ethnic regions, there's shrinking or differentiated scale of bonus points going down and down, right? Going down and down, right? From 20 to 10, 10 to 5, lower and lower. And also the test in minority languages, nowadays they use national content. They just translate. They don't use the local textbook anymore. So the contents are different, are the same now, but the test scores, the cutoff lines may be lower, right? And also nowadays they also give bonus points for Han students, usually migrants, poor migrants from interior regions. In remote poor ethnic regions, they would also be entitled to bonus points. So in Han regions, that's the mixed regions, right? So some provinces have already ended affirmative action for local ethnic students from 5 years ago, right? The more developed regions, Jiangsu, Shandong, other provinces have passed bill to phase out affirmative action for those already assimilated groups in 3 years from 2 years ago. But they still retain affirmative action for transfer ethnic students from core ethnic regions, from ethnic majority regions. So that's so here is some, this sums up, I guess, my talk. So here are some cartoons. So one of them say, okay, someone, right, runs, get a head start. And the lower one with the tray says he has 2 stools under him. The government is telling you this is very fair. And the other students say, is it? And here is cut the bonus points. So on the tray, the 2 words are college admissions. So that sums up my introduction of the China case.
This doesn't work. Okay, we'll try this. Okay. Can you all hear me? Yeah, okay. I think I'm the lone anthropologist here, and we tend to read talks off paper, so forgive me. I hope it's animated enough to hold your attention. All right. In the lead up to independence from colonial rule, Indian statesmen grappled with how to address persistent social inequalities within an emerging democratic polity. While there was general agreement in the Constituent Assembly that the disparities of caste and class demanded substantive redress, 2 points of debate emerged that have been remarkably resilient. The first was whether redress through caste quotas was itself discriminatory, and a violation of the right to equality. Time became one means of reconciling equality and the need for quote unquote compensatory discrimination. Lawmakers proposed reserved seats for lower castes in public education and employment as a temporary departure from a liberal baseline of formal equality. Another means of reconciling the two was scope. To maintain the quote unquote rule of equality, quotas were not to exceed 50%. The second point of debate was around perpetuating caste by according it legal recognition. Caste classification was deemed necessary for India's most socioeconomically disadvantaged groups. These were the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes, also referred to as Dalits and Adivasis. But there was less consensus on how to classify the intermediate castes or other backward classes. For these groups, lawmakers underscored the need to think of caste in relation to economic class, so that caste would remain tied to the so-called real economy, and with modernization, wither away. These concerns expressed ambivalence around acknowledging caste as a form of lived inequality that was irreducible to other forms of stratification. The tension between a governmental commitment to eliminating forms of inequality rooted in ascriptive ties and the perception of caste as an outmoded category of social belonging with no place in a modern polity initially limited the scope of intervention. But despite the persistence of such concerns, the legislature and courts over the past 70 years have moved definitively towards an embrace of reservations, and this is the Indian term for affirmative action. Its embrace as a necessary mechanism of recompense and redistribution. Supreme Court judgments from the 1960s illuminate shifts from a more categorical stand in favor of formal equality towards an embrace of collective measures to address substantive inequality. But even as more and more ink was spilled in debating the appropriate limits to quotas and the caste versus class contours of social disadvantages, the inheritances that underwrote privilege slipped out of view. The invisibility of caste privilege was especially pronounced in the educational domain. Those who qualified for educational quotas were identified within the quote unquote reserved category through their caste affiliation, whereas those who did not qualify were simply classed under the general category of merit-based admissions. The absenting of caste from the post-colonial administrative classification of upper caste students marked a key transition in official parlance that came to intersect in critical ways with their self-fashioning as modern meritocratic subjects. This categorical distinction between the general or casteless on one side and the reserved or caste-based on the other has profoundly shaped the debate around educational equality in India. It has allowed those who fall within the general category to argue that it is the system of reservations and not the inheritances of caste that undermines the democratic ideal of equal citizenship. Each attempt to open up institutional spaces to lower castes has been met with fervent opposition, not in the name of caste, but in the name of preserving merit. The rest of my talk tracks claims to merit from the regional or subnational scale to the national and then transnational scales. I begin in southeastern India, where such claims to merit first arose in opposition to regional quotas in education and employment. I then expand out from the region to consider national responses to federal quotas for intermediate castes. Finally, I follow these dynamics to the US, where recent events have spurred contestation over caste among South Asian Americans. My central argument is this. Upper caste claims to merit against affirmative action are a critical window onto the possibilities and limits of democratic transformation. On the one hand, they illuminate the success of lower caste political assertion in opening up public institutional spaces previously monopolized by upper castes and disrupting older patterns of capital accumulation. On the other hand, they point to the countervailing trend of upper caste retrenchment in the domestic private sector and in the diaspora. These dynamics attest to the importance of affirmative action and its limits as a substitute for more far-reaching redistributive measures that keep pace with political economic changes. So let me start with the subnational region. So in the southeastern state of Tamil Nadu, caste quotas were implemented as early as 1921 in response to political mobilization by the non-Brahmin and Dravidian movements, which were kind of pitted against Brahmin domination of higher education and professional employment. After the capture of regional state power by Dravidianist political parties in 1967, the reservation system in the region has expanded steadily to the point where now regional government institutions reserve up to 69% of seats for the 82% of the state population classified as lower caste. In flouting the 50% cap on reservations, regional politics is at odds with the federal norm. Contra the ideal of casteless meritocracy, regional politics is aimed at fostering caste competition for resources, with reservations understood both through a logic of proportional representation and as redress for historical inequities. Whenever the courts have pushed back against the expansion of quotas, popular pressure has won out. In its consistent disregard for the liberal norm of formal equality, Tamil Nadu has become a key target of anti-reservations arguments. For upper castes, especially the 3% of Brahmins in the region who are the discursive target of regional politics, the region has come to represent the excesses of illiberal democracy, where populism trumps the rule of law. It is unsurprising then that the first legal case against reservations, the first post-independence legal case, was filed in 1951 by two Tamil Brahmin petitioners. They claimed that their fundamental right to equality and non-discrimination, guaranteed by the Article 15(1) of the Constitution, was violated by regional quotas in medical and engineering colleges. The Tamil Nadu High Court agreed. In a key passage, the judgment stated, quote, "If students belonging to a certain community or caste, by reason of their caste discipline, habits, and modes of life, satisfy the prescribed requirements in larger number than others, it is not permissible to shut them out on that score. It would be strange if, in this land of equality and liberty, a class of citizens should be constrained to wear the badge of inferiority because they have a greater aptitude for certain types of education than other classes," unquote. So what did this judgment do? It redefined caste in two ways: from a system of graded inequality into community life, and from a form of historical advantage into collective aptitude. Furthermore, it identified the quota itself as the source of discrimination. Sociologist Satish Deshpande argues that this verdict, the 1951 verdict, offered upper castes a form of agency, quote, "based on the universal normative position of castelessness," and authored and disseminated a new kind of common sense, where the very definition of caste was truncated and equated with the lower castes, unquote. However, there's another side to the 1951 judgment that also lives on. And this is the definition of caste as culture, as natural aptitude, and as the very basis of merit. The judgment set the stage for a politics of self-definition through which Tamil Brahmins equated caste belonging with having merit, which they argued was threatened by the reservation system. Tamil Brahmin claims to merit express a sense of intellectual superiority and resentment, a combined claim to being a uniquely talented and scapegoated caste. With the expansion of lower caste rights politics across India, this Tamil Brahmin claim to merit as the non-reserved, right, as people who do not belong to the reserved category, has become a much more generalized upper caste phenomenon, seen not just in legal challenges, but in collective protests and in more everyday practices. So in this sense, regional caste dynamics in Tamil Nadu set an incredibly important precedent for a national politics of merit that has become a crucial basis for upper caste consolidation. So the nationalization of what was a regional politics of merit happened in response to two sets of federal quotas that were implemented in 1990 and in 2006. So before 1990, the only quotas that applied to federal, this is not regional, but federal government education and employment were those of the quotas of 15% for scheduled castes or Dalits and 7% for scheduled tribes or Adivasis. In 1990, then Prime Minister VP Singh accepted the recommendations of the Mundell Commission of Inquiry. This was a body that was constituted to look into the causes of so-called social and educational backwardness, right? And so VP Singh, his government implemented an additional 27% quota in federal government employment for that intermediate group, the intermediate caste, right? That are also called other backward classes or OBCs. Mundell, so the Mundell Commission, Mundell, the popular shorthand for this quota, was part of a sea change in North Indian politics, precipitated by the mass mobilization of lower castes that resulted in the emergence of new political parties and associated demands for rights and resources. So the kinds of political mobilization that happened in the South much earlier, right, really spread to the North in the 1990s. And as a result, you have these sort of new quotas emerging. The implementation of Mundell ignited a firestorm. Upper caste students took to the streets, staging sit-ins, road blockades, even engaging in acts of self-immolation and masquerading as vendors, sweepers, and shoe shiners in a graphic depiction of their future reduction to lower caste labor. At the same time, Mundell was accused of spreading casteism, even of fostering caste consciousness that did not exist before. And it was accused of violating the ideal of equality through a capitulation to so-called vote bank politics. These performative and rhetorical maneuvers produced casteless merit as a uniquely upper caste virtue. And I just wanted to show you a few slides from these 1990 protests to give you a sense of the kind of rhetorics that are in play. So in this first one, you see a bunch of college students wearing t-shirts that say "Down with Mundell Commission." How do I down? Okay, here you see one, it says, "Why not reserve the post of prime minister?" Right? Say no to caste-based reservation. And then "I was born intelligent, but reservation ruined me," right? So this is this way of rendering intelligence into a kind of native capacity, a kind of inborn form of talent, right? For upper caste that's denied them by reservation. And here you see again, this kind of contrast between caste on the one hand and merit on the other, right? Abandon caste, respect merit. This is an interesting one that sort of goes back to something that Randall Kennedy said about the medical profession, right? And this sort of oft repeated notion that, I don't want an unqualified doctor, right? A doctor who got through medical school through sort of substandard, through a kind of substandard sort of thing. So here you see murder of merit. This is a bunch of medical college students. And I don't know whether you can see the poster at the back. It says, "Doctor you deserve" or "Doctor you reserve," right? So this sort of contrast between the reserved and the deserved. This is also a sort of oft repeated kind of mantra, right? And then finally, there's this group that formed that drew members from all over the North. It was called the Youth for Equality. And here you see, "We want democracy, don't want quotocracy," right? So these are just some of the sort of, just to give you a sense of the kind of the discursive play around Mundell. So then in 2006, this was all the 1990s, right? In 2006 came the second part of the Mundell Commission's recommendations, and this was for an additional 27% quota for OBCs in federal educational institutions. So the first set was for employment, federal employment, and this was federal education. And this was called Mundell 2. Mundell 2 entrenched the opposition between general and reserved as commonsensical and widely shared categories through which the Indian public understood caste difference. There are innumerable instances of news articles, films, jokes that reinforced an upper caste common sense. These expressions of anti-reservations politics produced an upside down world in which stigmatization and exclusion are the plight of upper castes and quotas are a corruption of pre-existing norms of equality, fairness, and justice. There was no mistaking the outrage at the disruption of a natural order where upper caste dominance was assumed to be a byproduct of talent and desert. Another set of slides. And these were some of the memes that circulated. I sort of called the ones that were circulated most widely in the 2000s. So here's one, it's kind of a version of trickle down economics where you have opportunity, the figure on top is the government. So the first bit of resources goes to the SCs, which are the Dalits, then to the Adivasis, then to the OBCs, and finally at the bottom is this starved OBC child, right? Who's only getting the sort of last drops. So here you see general, right? As a kind of term that comes to stand in for upper caste. It becomes a kind of identitarian category that is really powerful. This is an interesting one. So this is B.R. Ambedkar, the famed Dalit lawyer and constitutionalist. He was one of the architects of the Indian Constitution. This is a Halloween costume to scare general category students, right? Here you have this sort of juxtaposition of India before independence and India after, right? In the top, you have the Indian sort of bearing the burden of British opulence and privilege. After, you have the general category doing the same for the reserved, right? And then these are the next two are interesting because they contrast India and the United States, right? So here you see on the left, country with reservation, on the right, country without reservation, right? And then there's all these percentages of Indian doctors, Indian scientists, et cetera, in the United States. And then right at the end, it says, this is because of our selfish politicians who encourage reserved more than deserved. Share this post if you're against. Okay. And then the last one, which is particularly ironic. So this is Modi saying, why is America so developed? And Obama's response is, simple, Modi ji, you guys offer the job to the reserved Indian and we offer the job to the deserved Indian, right? So of course, the irony is that this comment is placed in the mouth of the first Black president of the United States. Okay, so what Mandel did then was nationalize what had been a Southern dialectic of lower caste claims to rights and upper caste claims to merit. As with Tamil Brahmin identity politics, the 1990 and 2006 OBC reservations precipitated a more identitarian turn in upper caste claims making. The expansion of reservations under Mandel produced a far more strident defensive politics that departed from the comfortable inhabitation of the universal normative position of castelessness, right? And this backlash against reservations has been fierce, voluble, and sustained. But to what extent did expanding quotas actually check the political and economic power of upper castes? It's certainly the case that with regional and federal quotas, public institutions of education and employment ceased to be bastions of upper caste hegemony and came to represent a much wider spectrum of the general population. But these shifts, especially at the national level, occurred at the same time as the liberalization of the Indian economy. Over the last 3 decades, it is the private sector where reservations do not apply that has expanded most rapidly. And it is now overwhelmingly upper caste in composition. Within pro-liberalization discourse, it is these private spaces of upper caste retrenchment that are characterized as caste-free, in contrast to the so-called caste-ridden public sector. At the same time, private sector job recruitment has become a veritable minefield, with recruiters openly probing for information about candidates' caste status. This usually happens through questions about the rank on college entrance examinations, which offers clues about the person's admissions category. For lower caste candidates, the private sector is a treacherous landscape where meritocratic achievement is seen as natural for some and impossible for others. The expanding private sector has thus limited the economic impact of reservations by allowing for renewed and enhanced upper caste capital accumulation. And politically, the rise of the Hindu nationalist Bharatiya Janata Party, or BJP, has curtailed the power of lower caste parties. The Modi regime's majoritarian populism has precipitated two more recent shifts in reservation politics. One, from opposing reservations outright, some upper caste groups have begun to demand quotas of their own as redress for what they argue is their post-independence disenfranchisement by a welfarist distributionist state. While these demands have not yet met with success, the Modi government did implement a 10% quota in 2019 for the so-called economically weaker sections. This is called the UWS quota for short. Although this quota is ostensibly to support the economically disadvantaged, the income requirement is far above the poverty line. And despite the clear correlation between caste and poverty, or caste and class, the quota is limited to those who do not benefit from any of the pre-existing reservation categories. In other words, it is a quota for upper castes. In effect, the 2019 quota extended reservations in form while hollowing out its spirit and purpose. And then finally, I'd like to address the transnational dimensions of Indian affirmative action. So as with the growth of the domestic private sector, transnational mobility has been another mechanism for securing upper caste entitlements. The highly selective character of post-1965 US immigration has ensured that the US Indian diaspora is a predominantly upper caste formation, what some have called the other 1%. Until recently, the invisibility of caste in the US public sphere reinforced the perception of Indian American professional and financial success as self-made. The resurgence of ascriptive understandings of intellect and skill in the knowledge economy and the prevalence of Indians in the IT sector in particular have further reinforced racialized conceptions of Indians as innately gifted in technical knowledge. For their part, upper castes in the diaspora have capitalized on these forms of racial ascription to present themselves as model minorities in the United States and as casteless global moderns in India. Significantly, many of the same diasporic Indians who oppose affirmative action in India support it in the United States. The shift from redress to diversity as the rationale of US affirmative action policy is key to this support. As they see it, diversity is consistent with meritocracy because it recognizes and rewards individual talent. By contrast, they oppose reservations because of its emphasis on inherited collective disadvantages and quotas as a necessary corrective to enduring collective inequalities. In 2006, as the Indian Parliament debated Mandal 2, that's the OBC quotas, alumni of some of India's most caste-exclusive institutions, who are now based in Silicon Valley, started online petitions and street protests to oppose the extension of quotas. Expressing a combination of liberal and neoliberal sentiments, they argued that expanded quotas would both undermine democratic equality and threaten the market value of their pedigrees through the association of their alma maters with less meritorious students. More recently, the July 2020 caste discrimination suit against Cisco Systems has brought Indian affirmative action back into view in the United States. The suit's John Doe, a Dalit engineer, has alleged that his Tamil Brahmin boss, who went to the same college in India, outed him as a beneficiary of reservations with adverse consequences for his career. In its investigation, Cisco found that John Doe's caste identity had indeed been made public, but that the company was not legally responsible because caste was not legally recognized in the United States. The case has spurred a national campaign to add caste as a protected category to US anti-discrimination law and fierce opposition from groups aligned with the Modi regime in India, who, amongst other accusations, charged the campaign with what they call Hindu phobia. This notion of Hindu phobia reframes arguments about upper caste victimhood in the US language of racial and religious protections. In pitting the rights of Hindus over those of lower castes, it also echoes the Modi regime's own strategy of Hindu consolidation as the antidote to lower caste assertion. The US has thus become the newest site for the dialectics of Indian affirmative action, with transnational alliances between lower caste rights movements on the one side and between US minority and homeland majoritarian politics on the other. And this is just a slide. This is something that is also going around. This is the sort of the opposition to adding caste to US affirmative anti-discrimination. You see this caste legislation targeting the heart of Indian IT power. So it's interesting because the proposition of adding caste is seen as somehow undercutting, right? The sort of professional ambitions and standing of Indian Americans, especially in the IT sector. Okay, so let me conclude with what I see as the main takeaways of my talk for our understanding of affirmative action. So first, politics matters. Because of sustained lower caste political mobilization for rights and resources, the reservation system has become firmly institutionalized as the basis for collective claims to education and employment in India. Second, the revolt against affirmative action is a tactic of elite retrenchment that attests to the power of subaltern claims making in shifting the spaces of what some people have called a possessive investment, right? Over the post-independence period, upper caste capital accumulation has shifted and has had to shift, right? From regional employment and education to national employment and education to the domestic private sector and now to the diaspora. And one could see these as just kind of as a success story, right? Upper caste capital accumulation has proceeded apace, but you could also see it as a kind of necessary form of maneuver that has been pushed, right, by certain sort of advances in rights, right, by certain forms of sort of redistributive justice. And then finally, affirmative action has catalyzed an identitarian turn in upper caste politics in both India and the US, which I think calls into question these widespread assumptions about identity politics as principally a politics of the marginalized.
Okay. We have a good deal of time for questions and discussion, so please. Question and discuss.
I asked a question last time. I'm really interested in this case in India, and if I get it right, there's been a backlash against affirmative action, but nevertheless it survived because it's broadly popular. So why is it popular in India but not in the United States?
Yeah, I think its popularity has to do in part with demographics. Upper caste are a minority population in India. And its popularity is uneven. I mean, it varies across regions. So in Tamil Nadu, the southeastern region, the vast majority of the population is classified as middle caste. It's classified as lower caste. So that's one of the reasons why it's been such a successful strategy. And the demographics also mean that it is a huge electoral risk, right, to scale back affirmative action. So as a result, I mean, quotas have only expanded. It is really difficult to walk back a quota, right, without immediate electoral consequences, right? So all of this to say that the judiciary is one site, the courts are one site where these sort of debates unfold and are contested. But really, I mean, there are all of these other sort of political arenas in which are in some ways far more consequential, right? For both the past and the future of affirmative action. And as I said about the new demands for quotas on the part of upper castes, and then this 10% quota for the economically marginalized. The quota in some ways is it's become a sort of universalized tactic, right? Of claiming resources. Yeah, so even in these instances where I think the original rationale, right, for the quota, which is to correct for historically entrenched inequities, I think that rationale is being hollowed out in some of these more recent demands, but the quota as a sort of political instrument is nonetheless being universalized.
Thank you very much for those talks. Listening to you made me think, certainly for myself, I need to do a lot more reading, because just, hearing your talks, just the comparative views, it was interesting just to hear so many places in which there were analogies that could be drawn with respect to tactics, with respect to suspicions. So I'd like to ask both of you, you all have heard people talk about affirmative action in the United States. Where are the places that struck you where there was the most difference, and where were there places that struck you as the most similarities with respect to China and India?
It does work. Oh.
What's different and also maybe similar, I feel, is affirmative action in both China and here may not actually help or reach the people that actually should receive it. For example, restorative justice and historical wrongs. For example, I came to CUNY in the 90s, right? 3 decades already. And during my 3 decades, I always pay attention to the background of the students in my class. Actually, earlier on, there were more students maybe from African-American neighborhood, inner cities, right? And there are public housing project right across my campus. 3 decades, I have never had one student from across my campus. And from inner cities in Manhattan, I can count on my fingers, maybe even one hand, the number of students who actually may be descendants of slaves. On the other hand, we have wonderful, wonderful high achieving immigrant students from Caribbean and Africa. And Queens, my campus is Queensboro, right? And in some years, the household income actually, their household income actually averaged the highest in Queensboro in some years, because coming from British Wales countries, middle-class families, West Indies, and so on and so forth, were educated, work in the hospitals, nurses and doctors, and so on and so forth. So this, and they also live in good neighborhoods separate from the inner cities. So this really makes me think, talk about diversity, I agree with that. And sometimes I feel is it a cover? Are we really, we feel good, liberalism, but what are the people who actually should be receiving this? Where are they? And that's really and in China, to the remote mountainous areas, right? The minorities, the ones who riot and so on and so forth, went to re-education camps. But the middle class families and the benefit from it. So I would say both similarities and the difference is that, of course, the pool of newcomers are much larger in America. From what I read in the decades of 80s, 90s, immigrants from African countries and Caribbean countries, or Black immigrants, far outnumber native-born African Americans or descendants of slaves. So where have, I don't know the studies here, right? I don't know where have those affirmative action benefits have gone. And that is my question. I also have a place in Queens, 10 minutes from a public housing project across the street. It's $1 million compound, filled by rich Chinese immigrants. So it's just across the street. So it's very, very jarring here. I think a similarity is the stigma of low competence universally associated with affirmative action. Even when I first came to campus, I actually once received a note from a student saying, you know, you are a pseudo intellectual because we know you are affirmative action case. Even nowadays, they don't talk about this for Asians anymore, but other, you know, Latinos and so on and so forth. I think there's still that stigma attached. So sometimes I feel like, you know, to hell with affirmative action, we can just do fine without it. Sometimes I do feel that way, of course, right? So I feel very complex about the equality at outcome and equality in terms of access. Right.
So I mean, just to echo some of the points, I think this stigmatization is real, and it sometimes has the most tragic consequences, right? So in some of the most elite public higher education institutions where quotas have been more recently implemented, there are lots of cases of Dalit suicides, right? Now there's a new term that is as of 2015, there was a very highly publicized suicide of a man in one of the federal government institutions. And after that, the term institutional murder has been adopted. So after Modi's election in 2014, a lot of these campuses began, one saw sort of new forms of student mobilization, right? So a lot of them had these new student groups, right? That took sort of inspiration from the work of Ambedkar and other kind of lower caste or anti-caste leaders. So this boy was in one of these groups. It was called the Ambedkar Periyar Study Circle. And he was agitating for, you know, different forms of sort of rights and recognitions on campus. The chancellor of the university basically scapegoated him and a number of others who were in this organization and denied them. There was a trumped up charge about them having stolen something from a kind of organizational kitty, and they were threatened with expulsion. And in the face of all of this, it was just too much for him because he was on, I mean, his entire education was dependent on the university subsidies. So he committed suicide. And when all of this came to light, it kind of sparked an agitation that went national. And this term institutional murder came up to sort of say that Dalit suicides have to be seen not as a kind of individual act of despair, but as something precipitated by certain structural conditions in the university, right? Anyway, so all to say that stigmatization is real, and I think it speaks to this idea of the quota as unfair, right? And as an injustice to the truly deserving, right? And it's very difficult, even when you're in a region where you have lower caste rights politics with a long history. I think it's hard for individual students to not internalize this sense of inferiority, right? Which I think to my mind, the only way to combat that is to continuously keep in view that the general category is one that's constituted by privilege and not simply by merit, right? right? I mean, I think that is what is necessary to counteract this notion of reservations or affirmative action as somehow a sort of injustice, right? And as a kind of undermining of true equality, right? I mean, it's to keep, I think, this is what I said. We're very good at keeping disadvantage in view. We're far less good at keeping privilege in view. And I think that has to be kept in view. I think one real difference between the two contexts is the sort of constitutional recognition of collective disadvantage, right? That which I don't see in the United States. I think the only form of collective discrimination that seems to now be legally legible is discrimination experienced by white people, right? And that too, there's a kind of perverse way in which white individuals can stand in both for individuals and for collectives, right? There's a kind of seamless interplay between individuality and collectivity when it comes to whiteness. But any other form of collectivity is seen as a suspect, right? As immediately, it sort of invites these sort of charges of reverse discrimination, et cetera. So I think that is that's a big difference, right? Sort of the Indian Constitution, Indian society is recognized as a sort of amalgam of collectives, if you will, right? So I think that's sort of a given, which I don't see here. And I also agree that, even though reservations have been far-reaching and are here to stay, what you're seeing is education has been largely privatized, right? So there are fewer and fewer lower caste individuals who can even aspire to be reserved category students, right? The channel to higher education and to professional employment has been sort of narrowed, considerably from the time of independence on. So poor students from lower caste backgrounds, I mean, they don't stand a chance, right? Of going to university. And that has meant that, the impact of reservations is fairly limited. And I also think that there's a way in which, because of the hyper focus on higher education and professional employment, reservations has ended up reinforcing an existing kind of hierarchy of value, right? Where only certain kinds of ambitions are seen as worthy, right? So even in the region that I started with, where you have up to 69% reserved seats in higher education and professional, everyone wants to be an engineer or a doctor or a lawyer, right? I mean, reservations have not changed the hierarchy of labor, right? And the sort of correlation between certain forms of labor and certain forms of value. That's not changed. It's just meant that now when you look at the set of doctors, it's more diverse, right? But as you head down the pecking order of professions, it becomes more and more lower caste.
Prudence?
Here we have.
Yes, found both presentations very illuminating, but I wanted to follow up on the Indian issue, especially after Rick's question about why it was popular in India and not popular here. Could you give us just a sense of what percentage of Indians are upper caste and what percent of the wealth is controlled by upper caste and what percent of the leading positions in the economy are controlled by upper caste?
I don't have percentages for you for I can't break it. I have no percentage for you sectorally. I can't break it down sectorally. What I can tell you is that now with reservations, public sector employment, right, is much more sort of representative of the general population. So the national percentage of those who are categorized as upper caste,
Yes,
right? Is about 30.
1/3,
30, yeah, 30%. Yeah.
30%, I see.
The Dalits
Yes,
are 13%.
Mhm.
Adivasis are lower. I can't quite remember what the percentage is, but and then the rest are the intermediate castes,
I see.
right? But this also varies across regions, right? So in the Southeast, upwards of 80% is classified as lower caste, and Brahmins are just 3% of the population. So if you look at if you look at that of the regional distribution, and you look at, say, the IT sector within the Southeast, right? There is disproportionate representation of Brahmins, especially in the upper echelons of the IT sector.
I see.
Right. So it varies sectorally. The spaces where you still have a monopoly, a kind of upper caste monopoly, are IT, the kind of classical arts, those, and IT, I think, is particularly significant because it is it's the most sort of rapidly growing sector of the economy, and it's entirely private, right? So when you look at, one way to think about representation is to think about sort of the private public divide. Another is to look at where sort of which sectors are the most capitalized, intensively capitalized, and that gives you a sort of sense of the caste distribution.
Would it be fair to say that fundamental difference between the US and India is a majority of the population may consider itself beneficiaries of
Yes.
affirmative action,
Yeah.
whereas here would be a relatively small minority. So the political dynamics are entirely different.
Very different.
Cases.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very
Yeah.
much.
I want to ask about another system of power and domination that I noticed that there's actually not a talk about it, and it's here, and it's one that arguably was revolutionized in higher education in the United States. And the executive order for affirmative action did include gender. Right now, we've moved from a male dominant sector in higher ed in the US to a highly feminized sector. Most selective colleges and universities have majority female, although the selectives try to maintain that 50-50 balance, to the point that we actually implicitly practice some affirmative action for males. I mean, the New York Times has written about it. So I'm curious about whether or not these systems of power in terms of race and gender, patriarchy, sexism, they work very differently, but where's gender in the calculus of thinking about affirmative action in China and India? Could you talk about it a little bit? Because we see what has happened in the US, and it's not as unsavory. It has actually had very positive outcomes, and we don't have court cases about it. But I am curious about where that discussion, if any, has happened in China and India.
It's one of the achievements, good achievements of socialism or socialist era was gender equality. Women holding up half the sky. I think the proportion of female educated females and also professionals across former socialist countries, including China, it was a very impressive and achieved parity. And this has, of course, China benefits from that Maoist or socialist legacy. But in the market economy, things have gone a lot of regression nowadays, of course, because women nowadays commodified, right? Beautiful secretaries, companies to CEOs, and nowadays, they are the commodity to attract foreign investment, to entertain foreign investors. They have become that kind of symbols also. But ironically, at the same time, if we talk about achievement alone nowadays, both in China and here, right? the achievement ethic and standards test scores actually favor female students. And even job applicant pools, I mean, because we are in social sciences, maybe STEM fields are different. But we definitely see more accomplished female candidates. Yeah, to the extent that sometimes some search committee members actually want to remedy the new injustice of not enough male candidates. But I don't know, in the old days when there were very few female candidates, if they talk about, you know, remedies back then. I don't know. If I think of more, I will.
So there aren't gender-based quotas, except now in the electoral system, right? There's a gender quota. So I can't remember exactly how it works out, but there's a within each constituency, right? There's supposed to be the aim of having a third of the political representation be by women, right? And of course, there's all sorts of ways in which, you know, people talk about how this is sort of undercut by women serving as proxies for their husbands, et cetera, et cetera. But so in the electoral field, there's been a sort of concerted effort at diversifying gender representation, right? But there aren't gender quotas in higher education and employment that are certainly as contested, right? I mean, it really isn't it's not a political flashpoint in the way that caste is. So the book that I wrote on these questions was about engineering education, which is still overwhelmingly male, right? And there are sort of institution level efforts, right, at addressing kind of gender imbalances. And when I was doing this research, I often asked, you know, so there are so few women in this institution. What do you make of that? Does that mean that women are less meritocratic? So this was questions that I would pose to upper caste students who were virulently against caste-based quotas. And it was interesting because the response I often got was, no. The reason why there aren't women in our college is because of social prejudices, right? That families don't want to educate their girls to the same levels as they educate their boys, et cetera, right? So there were all sorts of kind of structural arguments that were offered to explain the paucity of women. But when it came to the paucity of lower caste students, the arguments were also always about intellectual inferiority, inability to compete, et cetera, et cetera. So there's an interesting way in which maybe because a gender quota has not been as firmly institutionalized, it hasn't sort of elicited the same kind of backlash, right, as you get with caste. So, I mean, I suppose I could say more about the representation of women in different, like the extent to which various fields have actually become more sort of diversified in gender terms. I mean, IT is an interesting example where there are a lot of women going into computer science, right? Who go to engineering colleges, but don't do the sort of core engineering disciplines. They go into computer science. So at least in the sort of the kind of middle echelons of IT, you have a ton of women. And the same is true in medicine. Law, I'm not sure about law. I don't think, and in the social sciences and the humanities, I mean, as in the United States, it's you have a kind of overrepresentation of women. So it varies a lot. Yeah.
Were you trying to get it before? Yeah.
Is it on?
I think so, yes.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, thanks for these talks, which have been fascinating. I'm interested in the sort of attitudes of Asians in the United States towards affirmative action. And, you know, the story about India is one of interesting ironies. I mean, basically the upper caste folks hate it in India because it actually has had an impact on the opportunities for lower caste people. And it's driven, you know, the upper caste Indians to the United States, where they are embraced as a result of affirmative action here. To the point that, you know, Jesse Jackson goes to Silicon Valley to complain to the CEOs that they're only hiring whites and Asians, i.e. they're not hiring the people he wants to hire, which is obviously the Black folks and Latinos. So you can see why those in the United States might like affirmative action, although if you ask them back home before they got here, they would have a different view of that. So I'm sort of curious, you know, whether you think that's what is shaping, you know, the Indian, as I understand it, the percentages are something in the 72% range of, you know, support for affirmative action among Indians in the United States. And among Chinese, it's more like 56%. Something like that, which I always thought, well, this has to do with the long history of Confucian, you know, values and examinations as the way to upward mobility in the society and that sort of thing. But you're telling us there's a, you know, a whole different history, at least under the communist regime, about affirmative action, which might make them more sympathetic to it. But nonetheless, they've been, in fact, you know, rather prominent in struggles over the maintenance of, you know, academic standards in, you know, selective public high schools in San Francisco and in New York, et cetera. So I'd be curious, you know, your comments on that.
Probably for Chinese Americans born here, probably they are more supportive of affirmative action because of knowledge of American history and their knowledge of American society. And of course, America has progressed to this stage where the Chinese immigrants who came in recent decades benefit from those progress, right, in civil rights and so on and so forth. Of course, they do bring that culture of Confucian emphasis on meritocracy here. And of course, also the Chinese obsession with education achievement and with name recognition of the schools they have to attend across the Confucian societies, Singapore, Hong Kong, Taiwan, China, South Korea. I think it has become excessive, the obsession with top elite names. I mean, here I can say, I mean, we teach at CUNY, so, okay, Harvard's, what does it matter if we don't go to Harvard, right? But for Chinese immigrants, that's different, especially the people who are behind this Harvard lawsuit. And actually, personally, I know a few of them, and many of them went to elite schools in STEM fields in China, and they put their children to a lot of grueling drills, right? After school tutorials and 20 APs and all that, perfect SAT schools, and after all that, and they get rejected by all Ivies. And I know that personally, I know the effort that they put in, how serious they take education. And a lot of that is also they do not understand the American system very well. The American system, how the system works, the value emphasized, how the admission process works. So they apply the Chinese norms, Chinese standards here. And when they get frustrated, they become very, very angry. Yeah, there's some mismatch, I think, in the type of information and knowledge they know. So their value, of course, is still in the meritocracy is the best. But, you know, it's politics, balancing interests, and so on and so forth. Because I study this minority politics in China. So even in China, you have to balance. You have to balance those interests. It's not always, you know, one way or the other. Probably a lot of these Chinese immigrants come from Han majority regions and do exactly as what they would do in China, preparing their children. They call a one-way bridge, right? It's either you go to college, but has to be top college. And the culture is also messed up in the sense that the government institutions and major firms, and also in Japan, South Korea, and all that, right? They only hire graduates of top universities. You don't have a chance, right? And marriage, and then next generation mating, all determined by the type of college you'll go. So if they bring all that to America, I don't know if it's good or not. I don't know. I would say in the past few months, maybe 3 suicides already from Princeton, and probably a couple of them Asians too. On my kid's first day at Columbia, some an Indian student jumped out of 9th floor, and she left a note that, okay, parents, I got into Ivy, you're happy. Now I end my life. Does that make you happy, right? So there is that part too that needs to be balanced to bring the Confucian culture here. Definitely add something valuable to the American workforce. The IT people, the software people, without Asians, without Indians and Chinese, I would say probably the software industry, high-tech industry would not be as competitive, right, as America is now. At the same time, I guess as new immigrant group, they need to learn to also to balance the interest here, right? To also interact and learn from other groups. And also it's not good to only focus on, I would say, academics and after schools, right? So in Flushing, for example, they all send their kids to after school to tutorial Sundays and Mondays. And that's why WC's educational czar wanted to get rid of them. Getting rid of them totally is not fair either, right? But I would also like to see more Asian kids, competing in sports and play sports and being physical and all that. Of course, they would also run into discrimination as well. Even though my kids are very big and tall, but they could never get on the real team on the basketball team because they figure, you are Asian. So, bench warmer over there, right? Not basketball, maybe volleyball, okay. No contact, no fear, no ferocity, okay. So there's, I would say, both ways. So it would be good. I mean, Asian students, Asian parents always make the argument. We would agree to affirmative action if you would also put affirmative action in this NBA and NFA and all those sports teams in America. Yeah.
Ooh. I don't know. I mean, I think at some level it is very self-serving, right? You can avail of affirmative action here as an Indian American because you're a racial minority. But I also think that there actually is a kind of an ideological commitment to a notion of individual merit and a sense that diversity as the sort of rationale of affirmative action in the United States recognizes individual merit, right? That it's a sort of as a technology of selection, right? It handpicks meritocratic individuals from a diversity of social groups, right? So they think that that is consistent with liberal democracy, right? With the principles of liberal democracy. And they don't agree with sort of collectivist approaches, right? To distributive justice, to reparative justice. They don't believe in it. So it's not simply self-serving. There's also a kind of ideological reason for this discrepancy in support for affirmative action in one context and not the other. I mean, I also think that there's, Indian American strategies of maneuver have shifted pretty dramatically over the 20th and 21st centuries, right? So, I mean, in the 1920s, the strategy was to claim whiteness, right? After the Civil Rights Act, that was no longer seen as necessary, right? So after that, and because of the types of Indians that came to the US post 60s, right? I mean, these were all, Indian Americans are now the most highly educated group, bar none, in the United States, right? Most highly educated and most affluent, bar none. So, they're minority phenotypically, but in no other way. In terms of disadvantage, if the way you define a minority is in terms of social disadvantage and not just demographics, there's nothing about Indian Americans now, like on average, there's nothing that marks them as a minority. So I just don't, so I think that there's an interesting way in which they benefit from being classified as a minority while enjoying all the privileges, right, of the most well-positioned groups in the society, right? I mean, I think what remains to be seen is how the overwhelming support for Narendra Modi in India among the diasporic population, right? Like this is, I mean, there's Indian Americans compare themselves to Jewish Americans all the time, right? In terms of their sort of their attitudes towards education, their sort of positioning within American society in all sorts of ways. Another way in which there are similarities is in support for long distance majoritarianism, right? This is a US minority that is overwhelmingly in support of the most fascistic forms of majoritarianism in the homeland, right? And I don't know how that is going to translate down the road. I mean, I'm seeing it playing out in this opposition to the recognition of caste discrimination, right? I'm seeing it very clearly where there's this real sense of caste. I mean, there's a kind of fear with the migrant generation. You can see this kind of fear of the quota. There's never going to be a quota in the United States, right? But they're bringing this kind of paranoia with them, right? And that's partly what's sort of fueling this opposition to the recognition of caste. But I also think they really think that any attention paid to caste privilege and the fact that they have inherited certain advantages that they brought with them to the United States, that will undercut their standing as a model minority, right? That will undercut this claim to being, it'll undercut their ability to inhabit the kind of rags to riches, like, land of opportunity myth, right? It undercuts that. And I don't think they like that.
Chris, I think that's less.
Thank you. Yeah, this is kind of related to John's question, but I was really fascinated by this idea that affirmative action policies and politics in one country can impact or possibly impact those policies and politics in a different country. I was just wondering if you think there could be implications for immigration pipelines, or, I mean, might those have sort of bigger impacts long term?
Well, I mean, I think one of the reasons why this uptick in kind of anti-caste politics in the US, I think one reason is because of some demographic shifts in the immigration pipeline, right? And I think that is in part because of the impact of affirmative action in India, right? Like, especially when it comes to like the H-1B category of visa, which is for IT workers. That pipeline is more caste diverse than it ever has been. And a lot of those workers come from the southern regions of India, which have had a longer history of affirmative action, right? So you have a much more caste diverse IT sector in India, which then sort of means that, you know, there's more caste diversity now in the IT sector in the United States, because a lot of them have come here. And so a lot of these new caste tensions that you're seeing in the US, a lot, and most of which are originating in IT, I mean, that gives you a sense of kind of how to connect the dots, you know? Yeah.
Susan, you want the last word?
Yeah, I don't know, from this Chinese immigrant groups point of view. They have to make themselves, because they see the Indian Americans as very, what is the word? They help each other. So they don't have to actually fight against, for example, this sort of quotas or reverse discrimination, affirmative action as much as the Chinese immigrants. Chinese immigrants usually look after themselves, a little bit jealous of one another if your kids achieve more than me, but they view the Indians as helping one another. So they don't need that meritocracy or go into the top schools as much, because when it comes to looking for jobs and so on and so forth, the Indian will help them, but fellow Chinese may not help them. So there is that dynamics, because very often I see this chat rooms, they always, I don't know, it's complaining or whining. Once you have an Indian boss, the whole group is Indian. And this is often the comment, right? But Chinese is the opposite. They don't hire other Chinese. So this is why Chinese feel that, you know, both the university admission here is stacked against them, and their peers, right? Their co-ethnics do not help them as much as the Indians do. This is why they are so fierce in fighting against affirmative action here.
Thank you all very much, and you joined me.
I just want to say that, as you may have noticed, our cafeteria is not only, and yeah, I mean, the only thing, you know, it's just. It's working. It's working.
Okay, so good afternoon. Our afternoon panel is titled "The Harvard UNC Lawsuits and the Future of Affirmative Action." And we have two distinguished scholars, both well positioned to speak on this topic. Both are award-winning scholars. Margaret is one of our own CUNY's staff professors. She has written two books on Asian Americans. One is Why Asian Americans Don't Reach the Top of the Corporate Ladder, and the other one is Immigrants and New York City Garment Industry. She herself is a child of Chinese immigrant parents, and she actually made it to Harvard. And Professor Jerome Carabel is the professor of sociology emeritus at the UC Berkeley, and John's chair of your committee for disclosure. Yeah, and he has written a book very relevant to our panel too. The Truth and the Hidden History of Admission and Exclusion at Harvard, Yale, and Princeton. And he's working on another book in retirement. Okay, we'll have Margaret go first.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here today with this great esteemed crowd here, talking about a very important policy that I think affects all of us and especially the future of our nation. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about Asian Americans in general, because I think that's important to note, and especially because the Harvard and UNC cases invoke Asian Americans. It's not just about reverse discrimination against white Americans, but it is in fact about Asian Americans in this country. I want to make a couple comments first, and then I'll go on. I think Ajanta's comments early on talking about individual merit as the way people think of themselves is different than what I've noticed among the Asian Americans who are talking about their individual, let's say, quote unquote merits. Their merits, I would say, they want to be seen as a full person. So it's not just about their academic skills, but it's about everything they have. They want to be seen as a well-rounded person. So it's about them as an individual and about them as a full person, which is very different than the way I would say East Asian countries or South Asian countries may view individualism. So it's not just about merit, but about being seen as an individual. And I think among the young people that I've seen who support this case, they themselves believe in having their identity. I know people don't like the thing about identity politics, but they themselves see that every aspect of their lives is important, not just their academic skills. So that's why it's tied to diversity and also tied to this concept of the model minority. So let me start. So why are Asian Americans in this case? A little bit about the history first. After losing 2 affirmative action cases in the Supreme Court with Abigail Fisher as a white female plaintiff, Edward Blum turned to Asian Americans in 2014. He thought Asian American college applicants would be the perfect plaintiff because he and Students for Fair Admissions assumed that Asian Americans as a racial group were and are hurt by race-conscious admissions. In fact, all Asian Americans he thought were. Affirmative action, in fact, they were hurt just as if they were white applicants. And even better for the argument is that they are a minority group who as a group has been penalized by a policy that is supposed to give minority groups opportunity. So what is telling about Ed Blum and SFA's goals is that the relief they asked for in the courts is the same exact relief they asked for in the Abigail Fisher case. Down arrow? Oh, sorry. Okay, here's the complaint. You can see it there. They did not ask for relief for Asian American students, in fact, if they were discriminated against, but they did ask for relief as if they were white applicants. They asked for the relief of the removal of race-conscious admissions and the removal of race from the knowledge of everyone reviewing the application. So if you look here, this is the exact same complaint. If you ever go look at the Fisher cases, these are what's typed up in the actual complaints. So why not ask for the relief for Asian American students? Let's say anti-racist implicit bias training in Asian American history, or specifically about the history of each of the regional ethnic groups. Maybe ask for extra recruitment in their communities. Instead, they asked for the same relief. Ed Blum proceeded to recruit Asian American students who claimed they were discriminated against in the elite schools, including Harvard. However, none of these students ever testified in the trial, so SFFA's evidence has always been based on statistics. Harvard, on their side, had students connected by way of the Legal Defense Fund and the Lawyers Conference who intervened with amicus briefs and had students and alumni, I being one, I'm being open about this, testified in court. In fact, he's still recruiting Asian American students, promising that they would remain anonymous. So let's tackle the problem of Asian American students or Asian Americans as the plaintiff first. Then I'll go to a couple aspects of the case. And finally, the consequences if the Supreme Court rules against race-conscious admissions. So the assumption that Asian Americans are the model minority monolith and do not benefit from race-conscious admissions is incorrect. Our history and our current status in the United States refutes the model minority. I don't have time to discuss Asian American history, but our history of racism and discrimination is linked to the treatment of African Americans and white nationalism in our country. Just 5 years after federal troops were pulled out of the South, ending Reconstruction, the Chinese Exclusion Act was passed, preventing Chinese immigration and prohibiting those already here from naturalizing, and thus disenfranchise them from voting. These laws were eventually extended to all Asian groups. They were relaxed. The laws were relaxed, starting with the 1952 Immigration Act, and finally with the Immigration Act of 1965, which repealed the national origins quota. And this, as we've already mentioned, was just about 60 years ago. The model minority myth continues to be a dominant narrative describing the Asian American group, even though many social scientists have tried to show that the Asian American group is made up of over 40 regional groups with hundreds of languages spoken. Two statistics from the census seems to define us as the model minority. We have the group with the greatest percentage of higher ed degrees. That's true because many of our immigrants come with college degrees, but it doesn't mean that they work in the industries they were trained for because of language difficulties and even licensures. We also have the highest median income, but we also have the largest income gap among all racial groups. The high median income masks those at the bottom and the hardships they face. In New York City, the Asian poverty rate matches that of African Americans. These statistics also hide the problem that I study, which is that Asian Americans can get into college, land entry-level jobs, but face a difficult time moving up the career ladder. So how might the model minority myth, the belief that Asian Americans have made it, relate to this case? The concept originated in the 1960s during the rise of social movements, especially ones that address racial and gender inequality. Sociologist William Peterson praised Japanese Americans for overcoming discrimination and racism, arguing their ability to do so on their own. They compared favorably to African Americans, who were the problem minorities, out on the street protesting. Research, including mine, shows that a model minority is also perceived to be better than other minority groups, as if its members have overcome adversity, do not face racism, and don't need any anti-racist support. The model minority image stratifies non-white racial groups by pitting the good minorities, that is this time the Asian Americans, against the bad minorities, Black Americans. But both communities are systemically deemed divergent from the white cultural norm or othered. Further, this drives a wedge in a long history of cross-racial solidarity between Black and Asian American communities. The model minority myth also renders Asian Americans invisible to the broader society. They don't see us. In fact, our discussions even, about race in this country is still about Black and white. We don't hear about Asian Americans. Therefore, they can be used as a wedge or in any way that is politically expedient, right? So we don't see their problems at the bottom, their poverty levels, and we don't see their problems at the top, that is moving up the corporate ladder, for example. It obscures and hides anti-Asian racism, the xenophobia, the forever foreign stereotypes. Look at the rise of anti-Asian hate crimes. Look at the shooting last week in Texas in Allen Premier outlets. Half of the victims were Asian Americans, were shot by white nationalists. They benefit from the general expectation that they will excel, which is true. We do benefit from that, so we should accept that privilege. But this shields them from forms of systemic racism, such as police brutality. But it obscures other forms of racism, such as this forever foreigner stereotype that I talked about. It presents Asian Americans as foreign with an allegiance to their ancestral countries. All Asian Americans have been affected with the rise of anti-Asian hate and hate crimes. Over 11,000 crimes have been reported since March 2020. And we know part of that has to do with our former president, with the rise of COVID, as well as the competition between Asia and the US, capitalist competition, that is. And third, it implies that Asian Americans don't need affirmative action or race-conscious admissions or other anti-racist programs. Let me see, I think I skipped a couple things here. This is a slide I wanted to just show you that while, and I'll get to it in a second, while they were talking about, Clarence Thomas asked what diversity meant. These are the students outside of the Supreme Court that very same day. And I think it showed two realities in that very same day. Clarence Thomas was asking about what diversity was. And here you see Asian American students with Black students, with Latino students and white students all outside proclaiming that they actually want diversity. So maybe the new younger generation believes in a multiracial democracy because that's what they grew up with and that's what they believe in. Okay, so let's get to the case. I apologize, but I know much more about the Harvard case than the UNC case. The cases are different in that SFFA is arguing that the admissions process is discriminating against Asian American and white students because one is a public school and one is a private school. The UNC case won in the lowest courts, and Harvard won in both of the two lowest courts. Two federal courts have ruled in Harvard's favor. In 2019, after a 3-week trial with 20 witnesses, U.S. District Judge Allison Burroughs affirmed the principles of diversity and inclusion and ruled no discrimination against Asian American applicants. In 2020, the First Circuit Court of Appeals upheld the district court's ruling in Harvard's favor. But the news rarely reports these two wins. They are focused entirely on the Supreme Court challenge to race-conscious admissions affirmative action. And as many people mentioned, it'll overturn over 40 years of precedent. So the arguments are, SFFA argued that the diversity rationale was used illegally, that Harvard was racial balancing. In particular, Asian Americans had the same portion of the incoming class year after year after year, which is a quota. So in this little chart, I wanted to show you that if you look at, I don't know if you can see the middle purple line is a red line, a purple line, and a green line. The very bottom is a yellow line. The very bottom shows the percentage of Asian Americans who apply to four-year colleges. That hasn't really changed over time since 1980 to 2018. This graph stops in 2018 because the data used for the Harvard case stopped in 2019. If you can see, every year, the chart goes up and down for the number of percentage of admitted Asian American students. So year after year, there's no quota according to this chart. Race also can't be separated, and this is a very important point for the Asian American students who were testifying. Race can't be separated from who they are or who we are, and being unable to share that on college applications is a disadvantage to Asian American students. Catherine Ho, for example, testified about her identity as a Vietnamese American. Her parents were refugees. She said her language had no past tense, so everything is expressed in the present tense. She said this structural aspect of the language allowed her parents not to dwell on the hardships, but to focus on building a better life in the present. So thus race is very important to her life and how she can explain it. One of the Harvard lawyers' example during the case was that of a Chinese applicant who lived in the Midwest. And he was the only one in his school, the only Chinese person in his school. A skinny Chinese boy who wore glasses, who was bullied in elementary school. But he eventually formed an organization where he highlighted anti-bullying. And he wrote about that. He highlighted anti-bullying through high school, and that became the organization that he became the head of. And it became very important to his identity, I guess, and to his leadership skills. Is it possible that he can write about this without saying that he's a Chinese American or an Asian American? So in many ways, what he's done with his life is tied to his racial background. So getting to know students using holistic means is important. These individual applicants, by getting to know students using holistic means is how Harvard selects their incoming classes. It's not just by race in of itself. Even after telling people these stories, many people still ask me, but aren't grades important? Aren't grades the most important thing? And that standardized test should matter? Well, there's a huge difference between disadvantage and discrimination. In a recent year, Harvard had close to 60,000 applicants. 2,000 available slots. 8,000 applicants had perfect GPAs, but only 2,000 slots. 4,000 plus applicants were ranked first in their high school class. Again, only 2,000 slots. 18,000 plus scored 700 or above on the SAT reading and writing tests. Only 2,000 slots. 20,000 plus scored 700 or above on the SAT math test. Again, 2,000. So all of these students, I would say, are disadvantaged by the great number of applicants. It's very different than saying that, let's say a student, an applicant named Margaret Chin, an Asian American student who applied, was discriminated against in this process. So what's at stake? Oh, so here's the first one. What's at stake? So it seems that the courts, the justices were on board with race-conscious admissions in that they want to preserve some aspects of race in these stories, in these essays. We don't know what they're going to actually provide, but these examples indicate that that's a possibility. It may not be. They're interested in seeing the applicant as a full person. So some of the consequences. If race is removed, the decrease in number of Black and Latino students would drop by 50%. So this is one of the slides that David Card actually presented in the case at that time. And it shows that the number of Black and Hispanic students would decrease by 50%. 14% African Americans would decrease, going down to 6%. 14% Latinos or Hispanics would go down to 9%. If they remove the consideration of race. Asian Americans would go up by 3%, which is not as much as for white candidates, who would go up by 8%. And we know that's the reason it would hold for Asian Americans, because there are some who would benefit definitely by race conscious admissions. It would greatly affect the clubs and classes in every aspect of Harvard. Now, University of Michigan had race-conscious admissions removed for over 15 years now. They've had to try really hard to try to increase their numbers of, to bring their overall diversity numbers back up to the level since before 2006. But the proportion of Black undergraduates dropped from 7% in 2006, which was the last year they had affirmative action, to 3.92% in 2021. And the numbers of Native Americans dropped even more. Likewise with the University of California. And I think what's even more important is that these schools are pipelines to other places. One of the gravest effects is to the military. There was an op-ed that Jerry Carabel wrote about national security. A group of former military leaders argued that they would support affirmative action, mostly because a diverse armed forces under the command of a homogeneous leadership is a recipe for internal resentment, discord, and violence. So their experiences were rooted in their experiences in Vietnam. The racial tension between an overwhelmingly white officer corps and Black troops resulted in over 300 race-related disturbances in 1970 alone. So a little foreshadowing. We know that eliminating affirmative action in these places in these elite schools would mean that there are fewer Black applicants, maybe even fewer Asian, fewer Latinos, but that would have an impact later on in organizations such as LinkedIn, MasterCard, or Microsoft. And many of these organizations wrote amicus briefs actually supporting affirmative action, saying it will impact the pipeline to their schools. And the second point of foreshadowing is that Edward Bloom, you think that this is just tied to higher education, but this is actually tied to more than higher education. It's tied to the work world. Edward Bloom and his organizations have already started targeting the work world. For example, in Coca-Cola, his organizations have tried to sue Coca-Cola because they had wanted to write a law and implement a diversity policy where they would hire outside law firms with 30% minority lawyers. Some of the other very conservative teams are also seeing other places. NASDAQ's board diversity rule, Edward Blum's group, the Alliance for Fair Board Recruitment, and the National Center for Policy on Research has also been sued. NASDAQ had officially required that their listed companies publicly disclose the diversity of their boards by 2025 or 2026. But now their groups, their actual action is being contested by a very similar legislation as this in higher ed. So it's just not about higher ed, it's about many other things. And Randall Kennedy has also talked about how it could impact high schools as well, you know, in many, many different areas. So the implications for this case are broad. And I urge you to think about it. And I urge you to think about Asian Americans' role. And last, I want to just close with thinking about what Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson said. And I think many of you know this quote. And it's a story that she actually read or asked the lawyers about. She said, and she's talking about two applicants to the UNC. The first applicant says, I'm from North Carolina. My family has been in this area for generations since before the Civil War. And I would like you to know that I will be the 5th generation to graduate from the University of North Carolina. I now have that opportunity to do that. And in my family background, it's important to me that I get to attend this university. I want to honor my family's legacy by going to this school. She continued, the second applicant says, I'm from North Carolina. My family has been in this area for generations since before the Civil War, but they were slaves, never had the chance to attend this venerable institution. As an African American, I now have that opportunity and given my family background, it's important to me to attend this university. I want to honor my family legacy by going to this school. Now, as I understand your no race conscious admissions rule, these two applicants would have a dramatically different opportunity to tell their family stories and to have them count. Judge Jackson added, the first applicant would be able to have his family background considered and valued by the institution as part of its consideration of whether or not to admit him, while the second one wouldn't be able to because his story is in many ways bound up with his race and with the race of his ancestors. So I want to know, based on how your rule would likely play out in scenarios like that, why excluding consideration of race in a situation in which the person is not saying that his race is something that has impacted him in a negative way, he just wants to have it honored, just like the other person has their personal background, family story honored. Why is telling him no not an equal protection violation? And Patrick Storbridge, the SFFA lawyer, said, the university could take into account factors such as whether a student would be the first generation in their family to attend and whether they may be economically disadvantaged. But he said that race should not be relevant these days. So just hold that in your mind and we will have more discussion. Thank you.
I'm going to begin by saying a few things about the Harvard case, and then I'm going to broaden the discussion going back to the history of affirmative action and what the civil rights movement was actually fighting for and where affirmative action fits into that broader struggle for racial justice. But let me briefly make some remarks on Harvard. I think everyone agrees now the decision will be to eliminate race-conscious affirmative action. It will almost certainly be by a 6-3 margin. It will happen no later than the end of June. And so a couple of the questions, which I think people have already discussed, are what is that going to mean for higher education? I think it will not mean that class-based affirmative action will be eliminated. I think they've already hinted very heavily, and we have enough cases where it's not considered a close enough proxy to race for them to rule that class-based affirmative action is eliminated. Now, we can talk about this more in the discussion period. Rick Kahlenberg and I have slightly different views on the effects of class-based affirmative action and how much racial diversity would be maintained. I think less than Rick thinks. Rick thinks more, but both of us agree there would be a hit to racial diversity. I think also it's quite clear that applicants will be able to say things about their background, including their racial and ethnic background. I don't think the court is going to rule that that is impossible. But what I would like to draw attention to is some really absurdities in Harvard's current admissions policy. And I want to put the affirmative action policy in the context of other kinds of affirmative action that Harvard practices. So the most striking one to me is the preference for projected varsity athletes, who comprise 11% of the class. So 1 out of 9 students are there as projected varsity athletes. There are more than 9% of the class that are varsity athletes, but 1.1 of 9 have been selected because they're projected varsity athletes. Harvard has historically had an academic rating system of 1 to 6. 1 is extremely limited. It might be 100 or 200 people a year out of 60,000 applicants. Not all of them get in, but almost all of them get in. Most of the people who get in are rated academic 2. A certain number get in, much smaller, who are rated academic 3. Then we get to academic 4, which means you can probably survive academically at Harvard. You'll pass, you'll graduate. If you're a projected varsity athlete, your chance of getting in if you have an academic 4 is 70%. If you are not a projected varsity athlete, your chance of getting in is 0.076%. So way, way under 1%. That basically a varsity athlete has 1,000 times greater chance of getting in at that same academic level as a non-varsity athlete. Harvard also has a legacy preference policy, still remains pretty strong. 14% of the class is legacy at Harvard. And this is a misleading figure, but it's still illuminating if properly interpreted. About 3% of non-legacies are admitted. 33% of legacy applicants are admitted. Now it may be, and Harvard claims, and it may be true since they're from privileged backgrounds and since there's some self-selection, children of alumni have a better sense if they have no chance. So the discrepancy probably isn't as great as that 33 to 3%, but still there's a substantial preference for legacy kids. They also give preference to children of donors, children of faculty and staff, and there's a special dean's list. These are people who are thought to be of import to Harvard, and the dean gives them special consideration. So what does this all add up to in terms of socioeconomic status? A study from 2017 reports that 67% of the class comes from the top 20% of the class distribution. 4.5% come from the bottom 20%. So there's an extraordinary skewing in class backgrounds, even with a very generous financial aid policy, which I think now is at $80,000 where you pay nothing. It's something like that. If the family income is under $80,000, I think you pay nothing at all. And then they have a pretty generous policy, I think, covering up to, I don't know, maybe $250,000. You might still be able to get some aid. So I have a lot more to say about Harvard, but that's not primarily what I want to talk about today. What I want to talk about is the civil rights movement and where affirmative action fit in to the broader civil rights movement. So everyone knows Lyndon Johnson delivered this famous speech at Howard University in June 1965. It's a great speech. It was written, interestingly, by Richard Goodwin, which didn't surprise me, and actually none other than Daniel Moynihan wrote the speech. And the speech's most famous line is, "You do not take a person who for years has been hobbled by chains and liberate him, bring him up to the starting line of a race, and then say you are free to compete with all the others, and still justly believe that you have been completely fair." This is, in a way, the classical expression of, let's call it the reparative view of affirmative action. And I think much of affirmative action in higher education, especially in the early years, expressed that reparative view. And so that view became very pronounced in the late 1960s, especially after the riots. So if you look at the data, you'll see that Harvard, Yale, and Princeton were in effect de facto segregated institutions in 1960. Harvard had 9 African Americans, Yale had 5, and Princeton had 1 in the entering class in 1960. By 1965, there'd been some improvement, but still it was well under 3% at the 3 institutions together. However, by 1970, then affirmative action was in full force, And Princeton had passed 10%. Harvard was, I think, near 10%. So basically, that's kind of the early brief history of affirmative action in higher education. But the civil rights movement was fighting for something much bigger than affirmative action in higher education, or even bigger than affirmative action in higher education and employment. The civil rights movement was fighting for racial equality. And they were very explicit about this. So let me refer you to a now forgotten document from 1966 called A Freedom Budget for All Americans. It was put together by A. Philip Randall and Baird Rustin, two great veterans of the civil rights movement. And the introduction to the document was written by Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King writes in the introduction, "The long journey ahead requires that we emphasize the needs of all America's poor, for there is no way merely to find work or adequate housing or quality integrated schools for Negroes alone." So basically, the Freedom Budget was a budget to benefit all poor and lower working class Americans, regardless of race. And they were very clear that the best way to help African Americans attain racial equality was a broad coalitional movement involving whites, involving labor, involving religious groups, involving radical students and so forth, that would push for greater equality in American society. So let me then quote again from the Freedom Budget summary. "The war against want must be colorblind. Negroes will benefit most relative to their numbers because for reasons not of their making, want is most heavily concentrated among them. But in absolute numbers, the vast majority of those yearning for release from want are white." So it was a very explicit multiracial coalition. And then interestingly, they say, just as the progress thus far made on the front of civil rights and liberties has immeasurably strengthened the entire American political democracy, so will the Freedom Budget strengthen immeasurably our entire economic and social fabric. So if you actually decompose what they're really talking about, they're talking about a kind of transformation of American society, very much in the direction of a kind of European, even Scandinavian welfare state. They're very explicit about this. And the leaders of all the major civil rights organizations endorse this. The Urban League, CORE, Southern Christian Leadership Conference, NAACP, and even SNCC endorsed this, although SNCC was beginning to move in a somewhat nationalist direction, but still at this point, SNCC endorsed it, and I believe Stokely Carmichael himself is a signatory to the Freedom Budget. So that is the Freedom Budget. Now we move on. So that's submitted in late 66. They begin working on it in 65. So this is kind of the civil rights movement, excuse me, at the high water mark. And the phrase affirmative action doesn't even come up in this document at all. Now we move on to summer of 67. As people know, there were the massive race riots in Detroit and Newark and elsewhere. So immediately, while the riot is still going on in Detroit, President Johnson convenes a presidential commission that culminated in the Kerner Commission report. And this is a very interesting story. The Kerner Commission basically goes in the same direction as the Freedom Budget, although not as far, but it basically is going in the same direction. And so, and it has very powerful rhetoric. Some of you, I'm sure, remember this. In the original summary, it says, white Americans have never fully understood, but what the Negro can never forget is that white society is deeply implicated in the ghetto. White institutions created it, white institutions maintain it, and white society condones it. So the kind of reparative notion and the notion that there was past and ongoing discrimination was very salient and was widely accepted. This is a very official government commission, has eminent people, former governor of Illinois, Mayor Lindsay of New York served on the commission, other prominent people, Senator Harris of Oklahoma, some corporate people, I think one or two civil rights people were on the Kerner Commission. So the Kerner Commission basically says 2 million new jobs, much expanded housing, and also basically is pretty forthright that the police have played a major role in providing the spark that led to riots. So they're quite explicit about the police. But here's the part that I found fascinating. There was a shadow Kerner Commission report that the staff had produced earlier, and it was completed by November '67. And when the higher ups saw the shadow report, they immediately said, inconceivable, hide this document, throw it out. And they immediately fired 120 social scientists who had served as consultants on the Kerner Commission. So what did this shadow report, which was titled The Harvest of American Racism, what did that report say? And by the way, it's available now as a book. So 50 years later, you can find what the shadow report said, and you can kind of see why they repressed it. So I'll quote from the shadow report. Racism is manifest in a substantial majority of the white population. There is no need here to offer proof that Negroes in America, North and South, are second-class citizens, in fact, not law. Then it goes on to say, in a democratic society with a racist majority, racism infuses politics as it does other spheres of action. The fate of local referenda on open housing, civilian review boards, and a variety of racially sensitive issues leaves no doubt as to the will of the white majority. Then the concluding part, which was the part I think that sealed the deal that it was going to be repressed, after dismissing a continuation of the gradual change scenario, which is what the people who wrote this report saw is happening, they basically said that unless that position is changed one way or another, increasing civil disorder can be viewed as the natural state of American society in the future, and race war the legacy for generations yet unborn. Okay, then the conclusion is there are only three choices: maintenance of kind of the gradualist status quo, and the other two choices are harsh and ruthless repression of the Negro movement or highly accelerated racial change. And so they then lay out what highly accelerated racial change would mean. So this report, interestingly though, actually did impact the actual Kerner Commission report. So the Kerner Commission report used some of the material from this repressed report, but adopts a much more moderate kind of establishment sounding tone. Nonetheless, it is calling for very drastic changes in American society. And back on the freedom budget, by the way, the freedom budget was calling for $18.5 billion a year over 10 years. Translated into current 2023 dollars, that was almost $2 trillion. So the freedom budget was calling for a $2 trillion expenditure for addressing America's racial ills and the ills of the impoverished population. And one of the things that they would use, a metaphor they would use, is it's kind of a domestic Marshall Plan. And the argument was the Marshall Plan had given 3% of the GDP to help European economies that had fallen into disrepair after World War II. Surely America, which was much, much wealthier in the late 60s than it had been after the war, could afford 6% of the GDP to deal with its own problems. So that was kind of the frame that King and Randolph and Rustin were using. King, by the way, this is a kind of side point, King was not against affirmative action. He famously wrote something to the effect, a society that has done so much to the Negro now has to do something for the Negro. So it's not as if King was against affirmative action, despite the famous colorblind and character quote and so forth. But King basically felt that this was the direction that policy needed to go in. So what then does King do? So we have stage one, where the freedom budget is put out in public. It has tremendous support from a variety of organizations, organized labor, religious leaders from all three major religions, a lot of student groups, a lot of intellectuals. Signatories included people like Daniel Bell, Irving Howe, lots and lots of intellectuals, lots of social scientists, lots of very respectable mainstream people. But it has failed by late 67. They recognize this. And I can go into more details, but basically the escalation of the war, the physical cost of the war, the rise of Black nationalism, The departure of the New Left, which had been very preoccupied with poverty, became obsessed with the war, understandably. So part of the coalition that was still in place in 65 had imploded. So, and the 66 elections had moved the country to the right. So what was possible with the Congress elected in 64 was definitely not possible with the Congress elected in 66, which brought us Ronald Reagan, 7 other Republican governors, large gains in the House and the Senate for the Republicans, and basically the old Southern Democrat Republican coalition was again in charge in the House. So Johnson was constrained, but Johnson was not inclined to push this far in any case. So the freedom budget fails. The Kerner Commission, by the time it comes out, it sells 2 million copies very quickly. It sells over 700,000, I think, within 2 weeks. So it gets a lot of public attention, but it has no political traction. So here it is, early 1968, and the Kerner Commission is not getting anywhere. Meanwhile, Martin Luther King, what has he been doing? Well, Martin Luther King, aware that the freedom budget has failed, he's now embarked on what became the Poor People's Campaign. So by late 67, he's basically saying, we need a Poor People's Campaign. And again, same logic, which is, well, I'll quote a little bit here. While civil and voting rights had brought to an end one phase of the struggle, now our struggle is for genuine equality, which means economic equality. For we know that it isn't enough to integrate lunch counters. What does it profit a man to be able to eat in an integrated lunch counter, even if he doesn't earn enough money to buy a hamburger and a cup of coffee? Famous quote. And then he says something that kind of calls up Frederick Douglass. Never forget that it is not something that is voluntarily given by the oppressor. It is something that must be demanded by the oppressed. This is in the context of the strike of the sanitation workers in Memphis. King exhorted the strikers, if we are going to get adequate wages, we are going to have to struggle for it. So what King does is he's planning the Poor People's Campaign. Then there's a kind of spontaneous strike of the sanitation workers in Memphis. He is called in to speak. His advisors say, no, don't go there. It's going to be trouble. But he insists on going there. And he sees the strike of Memphis as a perfect place to refuse the issues of race and class. And he sees it also as a launching pad for the Poor People's Campaign. So another quote, this is what he says privately, and I don't have the whole story here, but he's addressing his comrades in the Southern Christian Leadership Conference as they're planning the Poor People's Campaign. It says, God never intended for some of his children to live in inordinate superfluous wealth, while others live in abject, deadening poverty. Maybe, he concluded, America must move toward a democratic socialism. And then he goes on to tell the people present at the meeting, but don't ever say that I've said this, and I'm certainly never going to say it in public. But that's where his thinking was going at that time. Okay, so then we get to the sad end of the story. So he is already, as he's planning the Poor People's Campaign, he's proposing very militant tactics. He says it was time to disrupt business as usual in earthquake proportions. So he's planning civil disobedience in Washington with the Poor People's Campaign. And he's also being pretty explicit about, he starts talking about the capitalistic economy. One day we must see that an edifice which produces beggars needs restructuring. And then in terms of Memphis, he says the import of Memphis is that it is highlighting the economic issue going beyond purely civil rights to the questions of human rights. So there's this distinction between civil and political rights and kind of social and economic rights. And this is a kind of recurrent theme in the history of the American left, that the American left has never really been able to move from civil and political rights, where there's been considerable success, to social and economic rights, where there's been abject failure. So in his last, not his last speech, but his last speech to the strikers in Memphis, he says, close down the city with a mighty day-long general strike. So he actually was proposing a general strike in Memphis. He then, I won't go into it, people know the story, he then delivers this famous speech, which Randy talked about. I've seen the promised land, I may not get there. This he says the night before he's assassinated, and then the following day, April 4th, 1968, he's assassinated. Okay, so couple of broad points, which is affirmative action was really on the periphery of these kind of demands. It was a demand, people supported it, but it was not a primary or central demand. The demand was not for equal representation at Harvard or equal representation among CEOs or equal representation in high-tech firms. The demand was for equality between Blacks and whites. That was the fundamental demand. And affirmative action has certainly made important contributions in a variety of regards, but it has been a failure in terms of this fundamental issue of increasing racial equality, which has stagnated for the most part over the last 40 years. There was still some progress in the 70s, but if you look at the data, things have gone not very far forward since 1980. There are some aspects. There's more interracial marriage. There's higher representation in various aspects of the elite, certain professions and so forth. But overall, the situation of African Americans compared to white Americans has not changed much. So let me fast forward quickly to today. There's a particular movement that is a direct heir of King's movement. That's Reverend Barber's Poor People's Campaign. He's the North Carolina minister who's talked about Moral Monday. And so he's in a way trying to take up the cudgel from King. But there are also a couple of things that have happened recently that I think are worth noting in terms of a broader attack on poverty and class inequality. The first I would note is this book by Matt Desmond, which is a runaway bestseller, and which is very unusual for a pretty serious social science book. So this is the new book, Poverty by America. It's kind of a clever title. And it has been an extraordinary success commercially, but also critically. But I think more importantly, during COVID, we saw what policy change could do. So because of the children's tax credit during COVID, child poverty was cut almost in half. So this one policy change cut child poverty, not poverty in general, but child poverty almost in half. Then they were not able to continue it. There was an attempt to continue it, didn't have enough support in Congress. So what I'm suggesting is that affirmative action, I think, will soon be history. And I think from what Randy and other people have said, it looks like, and I guess Margaret had made this point, that in affirmative action in employment will probably be history. It's a matter of time. So it raises the question, and I think there are two ways to go. One way to go is the way Rick is going, which is how can we preserve as much diversity as possible, given that affirmative action is going to be declared unconstitutional. But I think the broader issue is what can we do about racial inequality? And I think a return to some of these more radical proposals that were discussed at the height of the civil rights movement would be appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you for both talks, and I learned a lot, but it reminded me very much of the United States in the 1960s at the time of the civil rights movement, which was successful in outlawing racism and also successful because it led to an important reform of the immigration impasse at the time to make for equal quotas for all countries of the world, East or West. And I'm reminded again of how much American society has changed since the 1960s. At the time, I was growing up in Southern California, less than 1% of California population was Mexican American, Latino. About 0.4% was Asian American. It was largely an Anglo-white society and 12% African American. So you could really talk about America as white and African American. In today's America, it's dazzling to see the extraordinary diversity of ethnic and racial groups. Practically every nation of the world is represented in significant numbers in the United States. And the white Anglo majority has shrunk despite its incorporation of people of mixed race, as Richard points out. And the Asian American population has grown tremendously relative to where it was in the 1960s, which is a short time from today's America. So we're with a different society, and the arguments of the civil rights movement, documentation like the Kerner report, really need updating, where we now are faced with a society without a secure majority group, as there was in the 1960s, and which is increasingly insecure about its future, and a society where there's, in many cities, no majority group. That's quite dramatically different, no majority group. And to my knowledge, great societies have a very difficult time when all groups are minorities, because it's harder to achieve consensus and harder to for groups to avoid the temptation of group-based advancement. And it's a very complex question, because we're in this new zone, and how would the Kerner report and what you just said fit into the adjustments that we need to make?
It is a very different society. I did a very crude estimate that of all, quote, people of color, counting, as Richard would question, all Hispanics as people of color, basically right now, African Americans are maybe 1/3 of people of color. At the time the Kerner Commission report was written, they might have been 85%, maybe even more, of people of color. So there are people who now talk about a third Reconstruction. I have doubts about that as a framing device, because that points too sharply and somewhat narrowly to the issue of African Americans. Although I'm sympathetic to the idea of a third Reconstruction, but as a way of framing a political movement, I'm not sure that's the best way to frame it. So basically, I think now you're right. It's much harder now in a very heterogeneous society. I think whites were quite insecure already in the 60s, as you saw when Martin Luther King went north to Chicago to try to integrate the city and so forth. White insecurity now is even more pronounced than it was in the 1960s. So it seems to me that the relevant part of the stuff from the 1960s, especially the Freedom Budget, but also King's Poor People's Campaign, is that there has to be a multiracial coalition. And it probably has to be along class lines. So in other words, and we've seen little glimmers of this, you know, the fact that Bernie Sanders almost got the Democratic nomination in 2016 would have been considered inconceivable, certainly by me in 2014. That if you had asked me in, I don't know, 2005, which is more likely, an American president who's African-American or an American president who says he's a socialist, I would have immediately said, well, both are very, very unlikely. But the one who says he's a socialist, that's inconceivable. And yet he basically came pretty close to getting the nomination, separate issue as to whether he might have won the election. If you look at young people's attitudes, they're not only far more progressive on race, they're far more progressive on basic economic issues. So it seems to me that there's some possibility, maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, maybe well beyond, but there's some possibility of putting together a coalition of different racial groups. It would have to include white people, or it would not be politically viable, that would move in that direction. But I do agree, it's a drastically different society, and it's not an easy task to say the least. Yeah.
I won't take up too much time. Andy Del Banco, thank you both for those comments. And Jerry, if I may, we don't know each other, but I'm trying to process the very good narrative you gave us. And I think I heard you say, and I think I agree, that Dr. King came to the point where he predicted that a racially focused program of reparative justice would meet with very intense resistance from poor white people.
Yes.
And therefore, that was one reason, apart from his general sense of justice for humanity, that was one reason that he moved in the direction that you described toward a multiracial vision of a reconstructed society. Now, and then you said that what came of that was the freedom budget and the vision. And okay. So I'm trying to draw an inference from that for the subject of higher education, which, so one inference, I think you probably would agree, is that the most significant thing we could do as a nation to advance racial equality through education would be a reorganization of our budgetary priorities, which implies our tax structure and so on, in view of the fact that 75% of undergraduates go to public institutions, including 40 to 50% community colleges. I don't have the statistics for students of color, but I assume that the great majority of students of color go. Okay, so I think I hear you saying a freedom budget for education would mean a reordering of our priorities so that those institutions would stop being starved and would start. Okay. I get all that and I agree with all that, but I'm still a little interested in the implications of what you have to say for the elite institutions, because though we can all agree that we spend too much time worrying about them, you wrote a very good and quite long book about the
Very long
admissions policies at 3 of them. So what is the implication for this for the post-affirmative action era at the elite institutions? Is it a class-based approach like Rick recommends, which I think is highly improbable to get much traction? What does this mean for the selective institutions, which is, after all, the group of institutions at which affirmative action is most relevant?
Yes.
Right.
Again, good question. I basically agree with the sense that most of the action, especially if we're talking about, yes. If we're talking about, racial inequality or class inequality, most of the action is in public institutions rather than in a handful of elite private institutions. Nonetheless, these institutions are very important. They're a pathway to important positions in the society. I guess I would say that moving in some direction toward class is warranted for 2 different reasons. One is, it is, as Rick and other people have said, probably the best available vehicle to maintain at least some semblance of racial and ethnic diversity. Secondly, it's justified in and of itself that there should be more class heterogeneity at these institutions. I did see that Harvard was talking about creating some kinds of partnerships with historically Black institutions and so forth. These institutions are immeasurably wealthy. It's like, it's hard to grasp how wealthy the Harvards, the Princetons, the Stanfords are. So if in fact some aspect of their resources could be deployed not to enhancing their own status and prestige, but to actually dealing with some social problems, that would be a good thing. I'm not optimistic about the likelihood that that would happen, but when you have an endowment of $50-some billion, you may have some social responsibilities. There's actually a populist response on the right, basically saying that endowments over a certain amount should not be tax-free. And if I were confident that the extra revenue from that would be put to good purposes, I have to admit I have some sympathy with the right-wing populist feeling that it's peculiar to have tax exemptions for institutions that have that degree of wealth. But I don't think there's any simple solution to that. And I guess the main point would be that these institutions are going to be on the periphery of any broad movement for greater social justice and equality, despite maybe good intentions.
Can I add one thing?
Sure.
Yeah. So like at elite institutions at Harvard, let's say, those partnerships with the historically Black colleges and universities, they should come, they don't need to come at the point where it's admissions. It could become as a part of, let's say, visiting semesters. So people will see each other as diversity and they get a chance to take those kinds of classes and see each other at these different schools. So there are all kinds of ways where it could be done, but not at the admissions levels as well as, you know, it could be transfers, it could be partnerships with the military academies, all of these different things as well. But I think they need to be looked at seriously.
I have a question for both of you, starting with Professor Chin. When you, number one, what percentage would you say of Asian Americans who are interested in this subject, what percentage are on the side of Blum and the anti-affirmative action people versus people who are on your side? That's question number one. And question number two, was there any sense, did you get any sense with these cases, particularly the Harvard case, did you get any sense that the interest of Asian Americans was slighted? Not that an institution was sticking it to, or, you know, was prejudiced against in any sort of strong way, but did you ever get the sense that the interest of Asian Americans was not being respected in the same way as, let's say, the interests of African Americans or others? That's my question to you. And my question to you, just to give this up, you mentioned, and as do people, you invoke Martin Luther King Jr., the promised land. What is racial equality? How will we know it when we see it? I mean, what does it look like? What's its topography? What are the criteria for saying mission accomplished?
I have an answer, but you should go first.
Oh, okay. So the question about the percentage of people who support affirmative action who are Asian Americans. So AAP, you can look it up, AAPI data. They surveyed or over surveyed Asian Americans, and the majority of Asian Americans of all of the racial ethnic groups, the Chinese Americans were the lowest. I think John Torpy, you cited those statistics earlier today. So the highest percentage of people who support affirmative actions actually come from the South Asian Indian subgroup. And the lowest percentage comes from the Chinese at 50%. And everybody else is between 70 and 50% who are Asian Americans. So I would say the overall majority of Asian Americans actually support affirmative action, and support race conscious admissions, right? So, and then and I think that's the part where people feel slighted. They don't actually see that. You basically see in the news people who are not supporting affirmative action. You see the people who are supporting, who are a member of, let's say, SFFA. That's what you see in the news. And there are a wide majority of people who support race conscious admissions, because the real fact of the matter is most of us benefited from it. Like me, I feel like I benefited from affirmative action. I was recruited. This is my story. So I was taken to a college fair in Chinatown in New York City, and I met a Harvard student there who was trying to recruit me to go to Harvard. I had never even planned to apply to Harvard. And that's how I ended up getting to Harvard as part of this recruitment campaign. And they were also looking at low-income parents at that time. My father was a waiter, my mother was a garment worker. So the affirmative action story fits me perfectly, I feel. So I benefit from affirmative action. And there are many, many others who actually have this story that do. So the part about are Asian Americans slighted in the story? I think it's a broader question. As I was saying before, Asian Americans often aren't included in this racial narrative in the US. And so I think that's where we're slighted. People don't understand that we are a very broad group, that yes, some of us do have a kind of privilege and some of us don't. And to lump us all as people having privilege is to also try to say, you fit the colorblind narrative. And many of us who would say, wait, I don't fit that narrative. And so that's the part where I think we're slighted. In terms of the colleges, in terms of these cases for the time being, UNC and Harvard, no, I think they've looked very closely at the Asian American data and tried very hard to see if they actually were discriminating against Asian Americans. Maybe not in the early on, but I think in this case, they look very hard on it. You want to say something?
Yeah, since I'm the immigrant here, right, I would say the split is along immigrant versus native born. Native born and Asian Americans overwhelmingly, I would say, support affirmative action, but the immigrant Asian Americans overwhelmingly oppose it. Yeah, because they bring Asian values of education, emphasizing prestige and hard work and scores, test scores and meritocracy here. Yeah.
So let me just say something briefly about the Asian American issue. There's some interesting data from 1996 when Proposition 209 was put before the public in California. And although it passed 54 to 46%, Asian Americans majority opposed the California Civil Rights Initiative at that time. However, I've been unable to find good data on the more recent case where Californians by a margin of 58 to 42 rejected, quote, racial preferences. My impression is the Asian American community has moved a little bit to the right as the number of immigrants has increased. So that would be consistent with what you said. And in particular, it seems to be the case that Chinese American immigrants seem to have more animosity toward affirmative action than Chinese Americans, certainly who were born here. And they seem, for whatever reasons, I have seen some good data on this. There's a professor at UC Riverside who studies attitudes of affirmative action among different Asian groups. And Indian Americans are more supportive of affirmative action than Chinese Americans, but there is this immigrant split. Now, in answer to your question, which is a huge question about what would racial equality look like? Actually, I think one of the best answers I've seen came in an interview you did from the person who was interviewing you, and it was in Boston Review. And she said that I will feel that we can get rid of affirmative action when the empirical evidence is clear that the life chances of a child who was born Black are exactly the same as the life chances of a person who was born white. We're clearly not at that point. There's like reams of evidence that being born African-American now is still a liability compared to being born white. So that would be one indication, certainly, of greater movement toward racial equality. We're quite far from that now. But I guess the other indication of racial equality, it wouldn't necessarily be that everything has to be exactly the same. I guess somebody mentioned the NBA, which is 80% Black. The NBA does not have to suddenly become only 13% Black because we have racial equality. So there are going to be differences that would still remain, but the level of inequality, especially in wealth, would have to be reduced. That the wealth gap is, I think, a factor of about 9 to 1. So you'd have to see some reduction in the inequality in wealth. You'd have to see some reduction in inequality in income. You'd have to see some degree of redistribution in terms of the occupational structure. But how much you'd have to see to say we've reached racial equality, that's, I think, hard to measure, but quite a distance from where we are now is, I guess, what I would say. Is that a somewhat satisfactory response? Okay.
Sorry. We have here to hijack the system so that they're handing out the mics before you call on anyone. But anyway, Jerry, I want to follow up on your point about Dr. King, because I think it's a great one, that he was in favor of affirmative action, said that there is a history in this country that we need to compensate for. But then as well as Andy Delbanco in his Jefferson lecture pointed out, he went in a different direction. He could have advocated a Bill of Rights for Black people, which is a logically connected to the idea of repair, but then went in this different direction, a Bill of Rights for the disadvantaged. And then, as you say, he got behind the freedom budget. So part of his reason was justice, part of it was politics. That relates to this case. If race-based affirmative action is eliminated, does it make the possibility of a multiracial coalition for class, around class issues, more likely, because an issue that has divided working class people of all races will no longer be there. And I'm clear, you're very much in favor of race-based affirmative action. I'm not saying this would be a dispositive point, but could that be a side benefit of this decision?
So, well, it's well known, I've long favored class-based affirmative action as well as race-based affirmative action. We did that at Berkeley way back in '89 when I was on a faculty committee that set the policy. So I've been in favor of both. In terms, this is an interesting question. Paul Starr, whom many of you know, co-founder of the American Prospect, has made this argument that affirmative action is divisive. It's hemorrhaged white support. It's reduced the likelihood of some kind of multiracial coalition and so forth. And I think there's probably a grain of truth to that. Certainly, there are a lot of white people who don't like affirmative action and who feel aggrieved about it. But I think a lot of white people are aggrieved about many things. And they're aggrieved about integration. They're aggrieved about people coming into their neighborhoods. They're aggrieved about Black people being in the schools that their children are in. So I don't think affirmative action is at the top of the list of the sources of white grievance. I'd put it on the periphery. At the same time, it would remove one source of white grievance, which I guess the argument would be might marginally increase the likelihood of a multiracial coalition. But I don't think, let's just say, I think it's far from a panacea that I think getting a multiracial coalition will not suddenly emerge in the wake of the Supreme Court getting rid of affirmative action, including in employment. So I would say there is a logic to what you're saying, but I'm not real optimistic about the real world political consequences of that.
I had a question about race versus class, which is that in one of the consequences of the shift away from a sort of reparative framing of affirmative action towards a sort of exclusively diversity framing seems to be this shared investment by both the right and the left of the US political spectrum in this binary of race and class. And in my understanding of the Poor People's Campaign, at least William Barber's and perhaps also Martin Luther King's, was that it was less about a race versus class framing of social justice and more about racism as a constitutive feature of a capitalist economy and therefore of class formation, right? So to talk about class is to necessarily talk about race, right? So why are we still talking in terms of race versus class, right? In thinking about the future of affirmative action or future of racial justice? And is there a way to incorporate the now proliferating scholarship on racial capitalism to get past this binary, which I think is actually incredibly unhelpful?
I'll give a shot at that. Well, if you think about the zero-sum game and you think about Heather McGhee's book, she talks about how, just blanked out in the name of her book, but if you think about how there are certain benefits for everyone, what she talks about is if that benefit goes to African Americans, let's say, white people are actually willing to give it up as well. And here she talks about the swimming pools in all the different communities. They were open to everybody until they started letting in African-American children because they were against integration, right? So things like that still can happen. And that's why I think we're still at the juncture, we're discussing race and or class and not talking about race class together, how we could find things that could benefit all of us. And I think more of us should be able to figure that out and study that together. And I think Asian Americans are in that crux because they span the whole class spectrum, right? So if we could figure out what's going on with them, which I think there should be many more studies of, it would be helpful for that as well.
If I may just add, I think part of what's happened is we've been put in this position by the Supreme Court. In other words, the Supreme Court, by basically saying or getting ready to say, you can't take race into account, then people are desperately looking for alternatives that might preserve some degree of racial and ethnic diversity. So I feel like it's a box that has been partly created by our peculiar legal system and some strange decisions. Going back to the original decision in Baki, basically 4 of the justices said the reparative argument was perfectly constitutional and legal, but they couldn't get a 5th vote. And one of the things that I don't like about diversity, and I even don't like about the class-based thing, it's a refusal to recognize America's history. It's a kind of burying in the sand of the actual history. And I find that very toxic to potential future progress to deny our history, which is what it does. In terms of the link between the two, I think you're right that basically these people, they didn't use the term racial capitalism, but they were very clear that American capitalism was formed partly on the basis of racial domination. That was how capitalism worked in America. And Bayard Rustin and A. Philip Randolph were very clear about that. So I'm sympathetic to the idea of kind of connecting the two. But I think in terms of how most people think, I think racial capitalism, which I know is a very live and influential political theory, it's kind of like intersectionality. It's in academia very powerful, but in the outside world, it hasn't totally resonated, I think. Yes. But the Academy is also now promulgating the racial capitalism argument, which is, I think increasingly influential. And I think in particular, if you're talking about the history of capitalism in Sweden, maybe you don't have to talk as much about racial capitalism, although if you look at it as a global system, you still would talk about racial capitalism. But you can't talk about capitalism in America without talking about the racial aspect. It's obviously integral to the entire history of capitalism.
So, yeah, I mean, I think the issue is what's likely to be the basis for the political coalition that you're saying has to be put together in order to achieve the aims that we're talking about. So I don't think we can just blithely get rid of the disparity, whatever the contradiction between race and class. It's a question of, what is going to ground in political reality, the political coalition that you need to create in order to achieve these ends. So, I mean, this is why it's interesting, actually, what you say is quite similar to the sorts of things Bob Blauner was saying in the second version of Racial Oppression in America, the revised version, which is called Still the Big News. And still the big news is race. But if we want to make political coalitions, he argues, we have to, basically ground them in class. And that's the only really likely way to, achieve these ends. So, I mean, you've said that race is not likely to be that foundation at present. I have some reason to know that, the book that you're working on, Outlier Nation, has, deep roots in this kind of, debate. And so, I mean, I'd be interested to hear you say, what is it about, American history that you think makes that class-based coalition, which you've written a little bit about in op-eds in the Times and things. Why is that so difficult to forge in the United States? And surely it has something, the answer has something to do with race. But I'd be interested in, I know you're only halfway through this book or something, but what it's taught you so far.
No question that race is, one of the big reasons why it's been so hard to form a class coalition, a multiracial coalition, and to form things along class lines. And in fact, in part of the book, there's a great Black scholar whose name I forget, but who actually has counted the number of times that African Americans were used as strikebreakers. And it's a very significant number of times. And it was a kind of conscious capitalist strategy to bring in African Americans as strikebreakers, which then created greater animosity. There was already a lot of animosity on racial grounds. It exacerbated the animosity. On the other hand, the strikebreakers were excluded from the unions, so they had reason to have animosity as well. So you have no question that the racial aspect is a key component. I would say, in addition to that, just the sheer heterogeneity of the working class, always with new waves from different immigrant groups, different ethnicities, different races, different languages, and so forth, made it harder to organize. But actually in the book, which I shouldn't go into here very much, but basically there was more repression here than anywhere else. The labor movement was more violent. The courts were more hostile. The capitalist class was more willing to use force. The military was enlisted against workers more often. The National Guard was used over 150 times to break strikes. And so part of what happened here is that the class conflict that occurred in the United States was more brutal, more violent, more people died. Capital was more powerful. It was the most powerful capitalist class if you look cross-nationally. It was unleavened by any kind of administrative civil service that was powerful and independent. There was no residual noblesse oblige from an aristocracy. So there are all kinds of reasons, but basically, I think the answer is partly in the nature of capital as well as in the nature of the working class. And I think capital was particularly brutal and had a degree of hostility to labor unions, to collective action that surpasses capital in any of the other countries. And I have good comparative data on that.
So we should go on coffee break?
Yes.
Thank you so much. Now we're on to our next panel with Prudence Carter and Richard Kahlenberg. We're going to have Richard go first. It's on affirmative action and equality. And let me give you a couple sentences in their bios. Richard is an education and housing policy consultant and a non-resident scholar, Georgetown University's McCourt School of Policy. He's the author of 18 books. And what I know him best of late are his op-eds and editorials on the use of class in terms of how we can address our question of, I guess, racial equality in higher ed. And our second person is Prudence Carter. She's the president of the American Sociological Association this year. She's the Sarah and Joseph Jr. Dowling Professor of Sociology at Brown University. And prior to going to Brown, she was the E.H. and Mary E. Pardee Professor and Dean of the Graduate School of Education at Berkeley. She served on the faculties of both Harvard and Stanford. And I have to say that both of them, I know from previous, I didn't know Richard, but we actually shared our time at Harvard together in the 1980s. And Prudence and I actually were in the sociology department together at Columbia. So Richard, come on up.
Yeah, thank you, Margaret. Margaret is a year older than me, and I asked her at lunch why she looks 10 years younger. Doesn't seem fair. So, while we're getting this ready, I just want to say how much, John, I appreciate your including me, and this has just been a phenomenal set of discussions. I'm so happy to be part of it. So, okay, so I've got PowerPoint, and Randy, you had 4 points, and I have 4 points too. You're supposed to, as a professor, I think, stick to 3, but we'll just go with it this time. So First point, and this ought to be obvious to everyone, but I have to say it because people put me in a class, not race box. Race and class both matter in American society. They matter profoundly and independently. They each have independent impacts. I will say or present some data suggesting that the relative salience of race and class in predicting opportunity in America and achievement in America has shifted over time, and that our policies should recognize that. Secondly, I want to talk about what counts in college admissions today. I was at the oral arguments in the Supreme Court in the Students for Fair Admissions cases, and the University of North Carolina got up there. Whoop. Oh, no. Are we being Zoom bombed or no? Okay. And at UNC, the lawyer got up and said, we count 40 factors in admissions, which is technically true. But some factors count more than others in admissions. So we'll talk a little bit about that. Third, talk about the vulnerability of race-based affirmative action, legally and politically, which we've covered a little bit already. And then probably most importantly, what's next? What's next if the Supreme Court strikes down racial preferences? Okay, in terms of racial and economic inequality in America, these are figures from Robert Putnam's book, The Upswing, that kind of zooms back and looks at the larger trends in American society over 100 years or more than 100 years. And you can see that racial, he's summing up a bunch of different things in here. Life expectancy, high school and college graduation rates, earnings per worker, home ownership. So a bunch of different factors. If you're trying to get a big picture on where the direction we're headed in with respect to race and then class, the racial trajectory towards equality is an upward one. It's by no means would anyone say mission accomplished. You'd want it to get up closer to 1, but the direction is a good one. By contrast, in terms of economic equality, looking at a bunch of different factors, it's an upside down U. You have progress through much of the 20th century as unions helped us create a middle class, but then, as almost all of you know, rising inequality in more recent years. And one footnote here is that the two things are connected in the sense that you see the time that economic equality declines coincides with kind of a leveling of Black progress. That is to say, there had been jumps and it levels off. Okay. Relevant to the discussion about affirmative action at elite college admissions is academic achievement. And this is a figure from Sean Reardon. He's looking at test scores and the gap between Black and white students and the gap between rich and poor students, those in the top 10 percentile of wealth or income and those in the bottom 10%. 50, 60 years ago, the Black-white gap was twice as large as the rich-poor gap in terms of academic achievement. Today, precisely the reverse is true. And the gap between people of different income groups is twice as large as the gap between Black and white students. So the nature of inequality in achievement, which I would argue oftentimes will reflect inequality in opportunity, is shifting away from race towards class. Again, this isn't to say there's no racial gap, there is, but class has become more important. Okay, so given that reality, if you accept my premise, at least for the moment, that racial inequality has declined in America, income or economic inequality has increased. Then if you're trying to create a fair admissions process where you say, we want to give a break to kids who've overcome some disadvantages in life, to look at their academic record in the context of what hurdles they've had to overcome, then you would want to weight class more heavily in admissions than race. So what in fact counts in admissions? And Jerry, you did a great job of laying out a lot of this, so I won't go into a lot of detail. This was a study of 13 elite institutions. I should step back and say, normally we have no idea because colleges try to keep this process opaque. And they try to, that's why, 40 factors, who knows who's going to get in? No, certain things matter. And so colleges trusted William Bowen, who was former president of Princeton. They gave him data about their applicants, and he was able to say what matters in admissions. It's a strong supporter of race. He was a strong supporter of race-based affirmative action. Recruited athletes get the biggest bump, 30 percentage point boost. So what that means is that if on the merits you had a 30% chance of getting in, add 30 percentage points, now you have a 60% chance of getting in. Being an underrepresented minority, which at most of these universities is being Black, Hispanic, or Native American, gets you a 28 percentage points boost. Legacy. So those kids who've overcome horrible obstacles, their parents got a great education and they gave them all sorts of advantages. They get a boost of 20 percentage points. Then you get down at the very, very end to socioeconomic status. There's a very small boost in the admissions process for first generation students. If you're in the bottom income, according to Bowen, you get nothing. No benefit in terms of admissions at these elite colleges. Okay, so those data were from a while ago. As I said, the process is opaque. No one wants to share data. People have to do lawsuits to get data, as Randy said. We do have some data from the Harvard and the UNC cases. And a full disclosure, I was an expert witness in the cases for Students for Fair Admissions. My personal position and what I testified to is different than their position. I said universities should use class first, and if they can't get racial diversity at the very end of the process, then they should be able to use race. That's different than Students for Fair Admissions. But I did testify in the case, and this is from my expert report. Peter Arcidiacono, who was a Duke professor, looked at what counts in admissions at Harvard. And the biggest boost goes to recruited athletes, as Jerry was saying. The Logit estimates is just the bigger the number, the bigger the boost. Second most biggest preference goes to African Americans, then legacies, then faculty, children of faculty. There we have another disadvantaged group. Hispanic, applying early action, so which wealthier students tend to do. That gives you a boost in your chances of admissions. They do provide some boost to disadvantaged students, to their credit. Harvard gives some boost, but you can see it's half the size of, less than half the size of the racial boost. And it's if you're giving a legacy boost on the one hand and you're giving a disadvantage boost on the other, it seems like a strange process. So then the legacy boost is substantially bigger. And then, controversially was the question of the Asian penalty. UNC Chapel Hill. So we could say, okay, forget about Harvard. It's a wealthy institution. What about UNC? They call themselves the People's University. That's their language. They give a preference in out-of-state applicants, which is the most competitive. In-state, it's much easier to get in. Out-of-state, biggest preference goes to African Americans, then legacy, then Hispanic. First generation is lower down the route. Okay, so that gives you a sense of it. Now, we've had this question come up a number of times. Why not just race plus class? Why not do both? And as I say, that is technically my position, that we ought to count race a little bit at the end of the process if you need it. So I am for race plus class, but why would I get involved in a case in which they're challenging the use of race. Why not just advocate for class? Well, I tried that. After the 2003 Grutter decision, it was clear that race-based affirmative action was going to survive for the foreseeable future. And so I worked with college presidents. I worked with Larry Summers and Bill Bowen and others to say, let's try to add class diversity alongside of race. And the impact was negligible. At certain universities, they started doing a little bit better. But if you look at the broader trends, selective universities are not more socioeconomically diverse. And they prioritize racial diversity over socioeconomic diversity for 3 reasons. And we've gotten into this a little bit. One is that racial diversity is just a lot more visible. I can tell the racial diversity of this room. I cannot tell the well, actually, I can tell the socioeconomic diversity, but in most cases, you can't tell the socioeconomic diversity. And so you're, as an institution, you're a lot more accountable for whether there's racial diversity than class diversity. The second is that there are fewer organized groups. Summers talked about the fact that he went to the admissions office at Harvard and was sitting in on some of the discussions. And, you know, an athlete comes up, a light goes on. You know, a legacy comes up, a light goes on. A underrepresented minority comes up, a light goes on. Nothing for socioeconomic diversity. And that's because there are no group, you know, you have alumni pushing for legacy preferences, you have coaches pushing for athletic preferences, you have groups of color pushing for more students of color, as is their right, as they should. There isn't a comparable organization that's pushing for low-income students. Third and most important reason, obviously, is that socioeconomic diversity is a hell of a lot more expensive to create than racial diversity. That's the main reason universities have done this, you know, let's have fairly wealthy kids of all colors, because it's cheaper. And if you have to put more money towards financial aid, that means lower faculty salaries, fewer books in the library, all the other things that money competes with. Okay, so as a result, we have, I've often said, you know, we've got multiracial aristocracy, which is better than all white aristocracy, but it's still aristocracy. We have tremendous wealth at these institutions. So Harvard, and Jerry, you covered some of this. So a majority of Harvard students are students of color, which is a beautiful thing. I'm all for that. I'm glad that that's the case. You also have 22 times as many rich kids as poor kids there. Among the minority students, underrepresented minority students, 71% are socioeconomically advantaged, which means they come from the top third of the socioeconomic spectrum nationally, the top fifth within the Black, Hispanic, and Native American populations. And one of the statistics is, you know, if we think about the underrepresentation of first-generation students, how do we translate that? If Black students were as underrepresented as first-generation students, they would be 2% of the Harvard class, which I think all of us would consider incredibly unacceptable. And yet year after year after year, you have first-generation students underrepresented at that rate. And UNC, same thing. People's University, 16 times as many rich as poor. Whoops, I wanted to ask a question before I showed that slide. How many people in this room don't want race used in admissions? Okay, so Linda Chavez is not here yet, but okay. So, and then, oops. Here are the data nationally. So this was the Pew Research Center. The question, not loaded at all. It just says, should race or ethnicity be a major factor, a minor factor, or not a factor in admissions? Again, Pew Research Center, not a right-wing group. They find you have 73% who say it should not be a factor. Okay, 19% say it should be a minor factor. So that's me. at the end of the process, it could be a minor factor. And then 7% a major factor. And I think that in a democracy, it's incumbent upon all of us to ask ourselves, why is this room so out of sync with the American public? Now, one answer can be, we all are a lot more educated. We understand the realities of the world. That's one way of going at it. But there's another interpretation, which is that if you're from a working class background and you struggle a lot, no matter your race, and that class for Black working class people, Hispanic working class people, Asian working class people, white working class people is a really big deal, then maybe they don't see race as being the most important factor to count in admissions. Okay. So the big question then becomes, what happens if we actually do get rid of race in admissions? And if back in 1996, when California was voting on whether to ban the use of race, I would have voted against that preference, that referendum, because we really didn't know what was going to happen. We didn't know whether universities would just give up on racial diversity or whether they would make efforts, what would happen. So the good news is that in every state, virtually every state, one state didn't, but virtually every state where racial preferences were banned, the governors, the state legislatures, the university leaders came together and figured out new paths, or they attempted, I should say, new paths to diversity. So you had new university partnerships with disadvantaged high schools. 8 of the 10 states adopted class-based admissions preferences. 8 states increased their financial aid budget, because if you're going to admit more low-income students, you actually have to give them financial aid. In 3 states, there were individual universities that got rid of legacy preferences. In 3 states, they use these percentage plans where you admit students in the top of their high school class and don't count SAT scores. And then in a couple of states, they adopted programs to increase the transfer from community colleges, because community colleges, as has been said earlier in the discussion, are a great source of racial and economic diversity. And taking top students from community colleges is a way to diversify. Oops. Okay, how successful were they? So in 2012, I was involved in a study that looked at that question. And we found that in 7 of 10 cases, universities were able to achieve as much Black representation and as much Hispanic representation as they had in previous times. Now, I see my friend Marta here, so she will point out tomorrow that, in terms of the Hispanic representation, that could often be because there's a growth in the population. So if your measure is, are they representative of the state, you would get perhaps a different question than whether you've met the percentage that was achieved using race. For the Supreme Court's analysis, this is all about diversity and whether you have a critical mass of students. And so actually the statewide representation doesn't factor in. Anyway, 7 were successful. University of Texas at Austin, Texas A&M, University of Washington, Florida, and others. The 3, which probably are the 3 you constantly hear about, are the outliers. University of California at Berkeley, UCLA, and the University of Michigan. This was a 2012 study. Okay, more recently, at Berkeley and at UCLA, they have admitted their most diverse classes in 30 years. At Berkeley, the white percentage, I think, is down to around 20%. These are classes that are economically diverse, and they also are racially diverse. University of Michigan still has not gotten there. Although there are a number of things they hang on to legacy preferences. They do a number of things that they could do better on. Okay. In terms of socioeconomic diversity, it's relevant. If we say we're for both race and class, care about both, it's relevant that UT Austin, when they adopted the top 10% plan, achieved a lot of economic diversity through that plan. So this is a slide, let me back up and say, right now, now that the Supreme Court in the Grutter decision had said you can use race, they have a bifurcated system. 75% of students are admitted through the top 10% plan, top 10% of your high school you're in. 25%, now it's down to 6%, I think it's become more competitive. 25% are admitted through, let's call it the Harvard plan. You can count all sorts of factors. You can count race, you can count legacy, you can count wealth. So they get discretion over the 25%. So here's the distribution. And you can see that the top, this was at this time, this was 2013 data, it was the top 8% plan. You can see if you look at low income students, very few admitted through discretionary admissions. Remember, that includes race, includes the ability to use race. 21% coming from families less than 40,000, and throughout the economic distribution. Okay, I'm getting to the close here. What would happen at Harvard? Well, that was a big question that came up, and it came up in the oral arguments in the Supreme Court. And here's what the simulation that I conducted, with Peter Arcidiacono found. If you eliminated some of the preferences for the wealthy, and if you gave a meaningful preference to economically disadvantaged students of all races, and didn't use race in admissions, you would see a class that in most respects is more diverse. So in terms of economic disadvantage, you see 49% of the class would be economically disadvantaged, down from 82%. Now, when people think economically disadvantaged, they think dire poor. In Harvard's rarefied definition of economic disadvantaged, if you're in the bottom 2/3, basically, you're disadvantaged. So so you'll see a greater representation by economic status. Hispanic admissions will rise. They won't fall, they'll rise with this system. White admissions will decline, and Asian admissions will increase. Now, for me, troubling is the fact that Black admissions would go from 14% to 10%. And to be clear, the reason these data are different than the ones you were presenting before, where if you can't use, if you can't use race and then you don't do anything, there's no alternative. That's why you saw bigger drops. I think you had 4% or 6% Black or something in your data. Yeah. So it goes to 10%. And that, to my mind, that's, it's a lot better than 6%, but I'd rather see it even higher. It's important that in that simulation, we had no access to wealth data. Harvard didn't give us the information about the wealth of the applicants. So the reason that's important is because in America, we have a shameful income gap between Black and white people. And you can see the blue figures are African Americans, and orange are the whites. And the wealth gap is enormous compared to an already shameful income gap. And we're going to get into further discussion about the need to incorporate the realities of the history in this country. Slavery, segregation, redlining. Wealth captures that much, much better than income does. So if you were to include wealth as a factor in admissions, which is something all colleges have access to, that surely will increase the Black percentage at a place like Harvard in a simulation to go above 10% to something greater. So, okay, so that's that. I will let me just stop and say one final thing, which is that I'm a liberal Democrat who got involved, and that's an expert witness in the case. People can't figure out what is he doing. my theory, which I think will translate, I'm confident will translate into reality, is that a conservative US Supreme Court decision on race will yield a series of liberal public policy results. Elimination of legacy, increased financial aid, increased opening the doors to economically disadvantaged students. And it's not that universities will suddenly begin to care about class. I don't hold any hope for that. It's that this will become the only way to create racial diversity. And to their credit, they do care about racial diversity and are going to find new ways to get there. Thank you.
Good afternoon, good evening. I know that you're all probably very tired and ready to go. So I'm really going to try as much as possible to keep this to 15 minutes by just making some kind of meta level comments based on, and I had written much more last night, but after being here all day, I'm going to just kind of make some summative comments as my presentation today. And I'll show you a few slides because I want to introduce one concept that, as someone who identifies as a cultural sociologist who studies inequality issues through the prism of education, I want to talk about the cultural logic of education in our society and why the notion of unrealized integration, because I will argue, and I have argued in my work, that we've never really attained integration in the United States society, and which is one of the reasons why the diversity project doesn't work in higher education and is being challenged in the courts. Let me just start off by saying a couple of things. I'm an interpretivist in the sense that I do mostly qualitative research, although I dabble in survey research as well. I started my career as an admission officer in an elite university, my alma mater, Brown University, where I now teach on the faculty, full circle moment. I have read through thousands of applications. I have presented those applications to admissions boards, and I have participated in the conversations of what determines who gets entered into an admissions class of an elite university. I've done that in multiple roles now, even as a faculty member at the graduate level, and also in higher education, reading those things when I was at Berkeley. So I want to start there too. The second thing I want to say is I'm an affirmative action baby, and I'm proud of it. It is not a stigmatized identity for me. I was born in the Mississippi Delta, the granddaughter of sharecroppers. My parents were educators, so I would be advantaged in the harvest sense. They do have a master's degree, a higher ed, but I had never heard of Brown University, nor do I come from a family that has the dominant cultural capital that would have understood how to even apply to the Ivy League. And I would suggest to you that that is the case of many middle-class Black people, especially Black and Brown people in the southern part of the US. The third thing that I want to suggest to you today, having spent most of my career in life now in elite universities and studying education at the K-12 level, particularly high schools, is that solving the problem of America's inequality problem is not going to happen through the redistribution of the limited number of spots in the nation's most selective colleges and universities. At most, we may have 500,000 spots out of literally millions of high school graduates in this country, and that may be generous. So it's one of those things that we need to keep in mind as we think about what is this fight really about? And it is not among the majority of the population in this country, which arguably, Richard, is why the majority don't care about race in admissions, because it only really affects a minority of those who are college going and who have some dominant cultural capital and knowledge about elite institutions. The second thing that I think we need to think about, given that knowledge base, is that the pipeline and the demand for these spots are not especially large among the historically underrepresented groups that are now at risk of being further boxed out of those opportunities. So that when we talk about African-American or Black, Latinx, or Indigenous students, there's already a very limited supply. 30 years ago, when I was doing Brown admissions, we were lucky to get 100 students if they were Black into the class. And that's what we're wrestling over. I think about that all the time. So having said that, I just wanted to put those out. I want to interrogate the cultural logics today. You asked me to talk about affirmative action and equality. Well, I want to suggest to you today that equality is a very conservative concept in this context. We've been talking about same treatment and sameness. It is a normative philosophical value to talk about applying sameness to people who have been members of groups that have been historically underrepresented throughout every sphere of well-being in American society. But even more critically, if we think about American higher education, a secondary education. Like you, I draw on Sean Reardon's work. So I'm going to show this graph because I think it's absolutely fascinating that Sean Reardon and his team literally over decades have studied every single American high school district in the country and looked at their examined their median wealth, the composite wealth of each of those districts. Not one district where the majority of the students come from economically disadvantaged groups have a median or a median outcome on test scores. These are standardized, that's higher than the national median. Now, that is not to suggest that there are no talented kids, no high achieving kids in those countries. But what I'm showing you this is, it is pretty much a high correlation between test score outcomes and the median wealth of the districts. Just look at it. Standardized through the middle, that line there. All of the districts that are above that line are highly to the right, affluent and advantaged. Almost all, if not, he did say all of the districts that are to the left, poor and disadvantaged or working class, have test scores below. And why does that matter? It's because we predicate and use a calculus about who is determined to be worthy of interest in these universities based on metrics that in and of themselves are not meritocratic, that are not fair, that are predominantly determined by the material resource context, the wealth, socioeconomic standing, cultural capital, home ownership of the families who comprise and compose those districts. And so the big question for me today is, one, if we say we're a country that is actually committed to a multiracial, multi-social, multi-economic democracy, and those things are interwoven, why is it that we're making arguments that are still steeped into the notion of education as a private good, which is all the argumentation is predicated on that? These students deserve, are entitled, because they have this composition or this constellation of resources. And these students are less deserving because they haven't worked as hard, or they do not have access to that constellation. When the material contexts already show us that the antecedent forces are such that we're not making it even possible for those students in those so-called economically disadvantaged communities to come out with some of the highest metrics. But it doesn't mean that they're not working. It doesn't mean that they're not eligible. I was one of those students. I was one of those students out of a Mississippi de facto segregated high school. Socioeconomically, it was diverse. Racially, it was 98% Black. And nobody out of my high school was going to the Ivy League. So now I'm trying to think about this because I really am kind of honestly a little frustrated about the kind of what I call the traditional binary race class. Because Richard as an interpretivist, I also am thinking about why your three most selective colleges and universities were not successful with race-neutral policies. And that goes back to my first point. There is a dominant logic in our society where opportunity hoarding is a very centrifugal sociological force, where we have inculcated in communities that the only way to be the best and get the best good life is to have access to the upper echelon of the stratification hierarchy. And so now we have demand, increased demand and competition. And it does not matter if I succumb to the taste for economic and racial segregation to get there. Because the narrative is if my kids are in school with those kids, they're not going to get the best education. And I want what's best for mine. So now we have NIMBYism in American education. Before they get to Harvard, before they get to Brown, before they get to Berkeley, before they get to Michigan, most of them can't even apply based on the calculus that's been set and the cultural narratives that ensue from that. And so for me, one of the biggest problems is that we have a problem of democratic equality. When I talk about this, and I use David Labourie's work here. He's a sociologist and historian, my former colleague at Stanford, who has said that the tension between the social mobility narrative that we utilize in our society, that foments competition, that foments hoarding, that foments exclusion, is undermining another logic which we thought these programs of diversity were supposed to address, which is how do we create education as a social institution for the public good, for the democracy? And the way things are structured right now, we're not necessarily going to attain that. Our narrative is predicated on an individualistic mobility pattern. And that can actually translate into fragmented identity politics too. So that now on college campuses like even mine, every ethno-racial group is trying to figure out how to get theirs, even in affinity spaces. As opposed to trying to think about how is it that we could utilize every echelon of American society to actually think about this as being representative of having representation of our democracy. So now we're willing to succumb, even if the Supreme Court actually rules that we will rationalize and normalize that it is okay for the upper echelon just to be highly exclusive and only include certain groups, or to completely reduce the number of groups of people who are from groups on whose back this nation was, the descendants of those on whose back this nation was built. Now I stand before you because I can't be neutral about affirmative action. Because for me, one of the fundamental problems, and I asked you this morning for a reason, Professor Kennedy, is that the way that the system is now constituted is one that will never let us actually think how to redress so that we can actually reduce the kinds of racial forms of inequality we have. As a sociologist, I understand the intricate and interrelated nature of class and racial politics. But for me, Berkeley is instructive of what happens when you just use class as an autonomous social force and you go racial neutral. There are no Black people at Berkeley. It has declined precipitously since 2019. There are some, I'm being exaggerative. But 2.9% out of a population that's roughly 13 to 14%. For Latinx population, it's slightly better. For the indigenous population, it's nil to none. And for the white and Asian populations, it's something about 30-something% or so. And we're willing to actually rationalize that and say that it is fair when we know based on what the K-12 system looks like, when we know based on what wealth inequality looks like. So if we want to conflate income with wealth, How many of those 71% of the advantaged students at Harvard, if your data are correct and if it's true, actually have wealth? We're not comparing apples to apples. The Black middle class and upper class have less wealth on average than white high school graduates because of the intergenerational transmission of white advantage that was predicated and that comes from the kind of racist past, de jure, the way the state created housing, loans, what happened with the GIs when they came home from the war. Segregation determined which GIs could actually utilize that bill to go to the higher education institutions and have more mobility, and which GIs could not. Okay, some could get into the segregated HBCUs, of course. Many of them could not buy into the middle class communities that were being formed. That's actually empirical fodder for us. It's been written about by economists, by historians, by sociologists. And for us to sit here and actually ignore that ecology, historical, political, economic, and sociological, and then say it's not pragmatic to think about racial inequality today, it's troubling to me. It's troubling because we know what's going to happen. The data already show, the case studies already show. So we're saying, okay, those of you who are the descendants of enslaved persons, really the other wrongs can be for you then. And maybe we'll actually have symbolic performative engagement with HBCUs and HSIs when at the elite level. Let's talk about what this really is. It is not about fuller integration in any way. A few more points. This is a counterpoint to your point. I used the Pew Research data as well. The majority of Americans now have gotten away from even subscribing to integrated schools. They don't believe in race and admissions, and the majority don't believe also in integrated schools. Local schools are predicated on segregation, economic and racial, but it is also racialized, that pattern. It is the converse between Blacks and whites, and it's about half and half for Asian and Latinx folks, right? A lot of this is driven by political ideology. Republicans, of 3 out of 4, are more likely to say local versus integrated schools. We lost that project. That was a social experiment that came out of Brown that was immediately disemboweled in the subsequent 2 decades. We're now at the disintegration of affirmative action. So are we getting farther and farther and farther away, I ask, from actually thinking about how we're going to redress the racist, white supremacists past the United States of America? And do we not care because America has changed? We've had a different influx of immigrants and more highly educated, more wealthy. The face of America looks very different. So we don't have to care. I'm going to stop here. Diversity was never inclusion, and it was never integration. Our problem was we got some spatial proximity, a little bit of it. I was a beneficiary of it. But when you get on the other side, you already see what the problem is, because that's why we had diversity, equity, inclusion initiatives. The courts are also going to consider that in some ways. You got DEI agents in schools now nervous, putting a freeze on their efforts. Should we deepen? Should we have these programs? What are the implications for trying to create some semblance of integration within our schools? Because there's much more demand. Should we even have more faculty who look like those of us in the room who are historically underrepresented? Because there are not a lot of us. That's where affirmative action has really not hit. And what we got in K-12 education was tracking so that they had second class, if they went to diverse schools, they had second class educational experiences, most of them, historically underrepresented groups. They're not in the top courses. They're not in IB honors or tracking 1 or 2 or 3 tokens. That's where I'm actually grateful. I went to a segregated school where I was in AP honors, APs and honors classes, where I got to be in the band and the orchestra. We didn't have a lot of money and we didn't test as well, but many of us went to college and many of us have done well. But I guess it's okay if just many of us actually attend the historically Black colleges and universities, or the Hispanic serving institutions, or the Indian colleges, but stay away from the selective colleges. And that really is what it's about, hoarding the absolute best, or what's perceived as the best culturally in our society. So integration, it's not been a project that's been fundamental at every level in our society. It is not a taste that we have. And the cultural narratives and logics that rule and guide and dictate how we determine things actually reflect that. It's not about the public good. It's not about the democracy. It's about getting mine. It's about group self-interest. And surely it's group self-interest for those who've been historically denied opportunities. But I think this country owes my people and other people's more, because it wouldn't be here without it. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Prudence and Richard. Why don't we just open up for questions for the time being? That was an excellent panel. Yes.
I was bowled over. That was great. Very powerful. I have a question for you. How would you answer somebody who said the following to you in my comments? You use the word redress. How would you respond to someone who said, given the history of the United States, the depth, the intensity, the pervasiveness of what you outlined so powerfully, there is no redress. There is no redress. It's simply, it's an ocean of historical misery, cruelty, brutality, deprivation. There is no redress. And let's suppose this person went on to say, not only is there no redress, but actually the effort to try to redress it is unwise in light of the futility of trying to address it. So that the best we can do, the best we can do is set down certain markers in which we say we're not going to allow certain things to continue. And that's where we're going to put our energy. But the effort to try to redress the history of oppression in the United States is unattainable, and therefore, and it's unwise to attempt the unattainable. How would you respond to that? Oh, I'm sorry.
Here's where, so I actually, I asked you a question this morning and you said, I respect it, but I'm not going to yield to pessimism. And I'm going to use that same somewhat of a response to you. And the reason why I'm going to say that is because, and I didn't say this earlier, because we actually have a case study, an example historically of ways in which affirmative action has worked and led to positive outcomes. But it has not been as politicized because it has been more intimate. And the objects, the subjects, and the beneficiaries of that form of affirmative action are more cared for. And I'm talking about women. I don't think we need to ignore, we keep conflating that affirmative action was just about race. We've been doing it in the room, but you know, because you're a lawyer, legal scholar, you know that it was also about gender. And look at what happened, the evolution of higher education when we care, because those were our those were people's sisters and cousins and, aunts and so forth. It was intimate. You can see the care and the concern for those who have been historically denied has never really been there. Oh, of course, we cared in that pivotal moment in 2020 when we saw with our bare eyes of what happened to George Floyd. And every time we see something just violent and criminal like that, we can care for the barbaric. But when it comes to these resources and knowing that they, particularly in the elite sphere, because affirmative action to me is really a project about the elite and upper echelon. We want to hoard. And we think there's a sense of entitlement. And oh, how I wish higher education could actually, and maybe this is the dialectical moment where it's going to get so bad that we may have to implode and radically reshift or change the mission in a way that it really is about thinking about the democracy. And so for me, I don't think we can really heal the past in the sense that we're going to go back and make up for it or repair. I'm not that idealistic, but I think that you can put your foot on people's necks figuratively or groups, or not think about how inequality is running rampant and so badly that things explode. And you have to then think about some kind of solution for it. In this case, I really honestly believe this is it's about anti-Blackness. I don't really think this is about anything else other than anti-Blackness, that there has never in this country been enough love for Black folks. Because we did it for women, and particularly white women, Asian women, even Black women. Raj Chetty's research shows at Harvard that Black women, when exposed to opportunity-rich context, are doing almost as well, if not better, than white women, slightly in terms of the returns of education. And so there's also a race gender thing that's going on that's anti-Black male too, that we have to talk about, particularly because of mass incarceration in the relationship to the state. So now even if you go into HBCUs, it's 3-to-1, 4-to-1 female to male. I'm not sure what it is for HSIs, but higher education is becoming more and more feminized and even more disparately so in HBCUs. Now, I probably ran all around your question, but I think where I start is it's not impossible, because women were not in these institutions. These elite ones, they had sister schools and sister colleges like the HBCUs, but look at what's happened. Women are running the universities now. Did anybody try to sue around that? Why not? Is it because in the STEM fields, there's a lot of proactive work to get women in those STEM fields now? Why not? Will we touch that? I'll stop there.
I had a question for Richard. So when you were talking about the way race-conscious admissions worked out, you said that it tended to favor the most affluent sections of minority populations, right? So in other words, in implementation, it sort of privileged race over and against class, right? So I'm just wondering what the guarantee is if we switch to class-conscious admissions. What is the guarantee that it won't favor the white poor over the non-white poor? In other words, that it will not automatically privilege class with whiteness as a sort of proxy, with class as a proxy for whiteness over and against race. And then how will the selection of non-white poor applicants escape the charge of race consciousness?
It's a great question. There's now a culture in elite higher education that racial diversity is part of an excellent education. It's a view I agree with. I think it's unimaginable that elite universities will use class in order to get, consciously stack it in order to get more poor whites. They want racial diversity. And so the new mechanism will, I've been talking with university leaders. They are very interested in the wealth variable precisely because it produces more racial diversity. So that's why I think they will structure it in a way that, number one, is fair, because we should count wealth. And I agree with you, Prudence, the 71% of students who are advantaged, they may include some substantial portion. I don't know, Harvard wouldn't give us the wealth data. So they may include students who are low wealth, and they do deserve a break. I want that to happen. So the mechanism here is that universities care about racial diversity, and so their interest in class will not be employed in a way to promote poor whites. I think some poor whites will benefit because, if you go overboard, then you run into Randy Kennedy's point that you'll get sued on those grounds. If you're not creating a fair system, you're creating one that it looks like it's reverse engineered to create a certain racial result, then I think you do run into trouble. But they will push for racial diversity, because every university has signed on to these amicus briefs in favor of using race. They all believe in racial diversity, and so and that's a good thing, and that's why I'm confident that they will employ class and be interested in looking at class as a way to get racial diversity. In terms of your second question about the lawsuit, I wrote a long piece in a publication called National Affairs, which is a conservative publication. I'd never written for them before, but the reason I wrote it there is because my argument was to conservatives to say, you had public opinion on your side in the fight over whether to use race in admissions. If you go after class, you will have public opinion against you, and it would be unwise, and you'll pay a price for doing so. And so we saw that in places like Florida and Texas, where you had Republican governors at the time in power, both named Bush. They didn't simply say, we've eliminated the use of race here, and we're not going to do anything else. They came up with plans because they recognized that if it's unpopular to use race in admissions, it's also unpopular to allow for resegregation, and that people want diversity. I remember when the provost was here, he talked about that dichotomy. Public opinion suggests people don't want race used in admissions, and they do want diversity. And sophisticated audiences often laugh at that concept. They say, "Oh, they want their cake and to eat it too." Well, the task of universities going forward is going to be how to create racial diversity without racial preferences. And I think there are lots of examples out there. And I'll just do one last footnote on Berkeley, since you mentioned that, Prudence. So Berkeley has not gotten up to the Black percentage that it had when using race. UCLA has. UCLA, we need to study what UCLA is doing better than Berkeley. And you've got a new admissions, well, I know you're not at Berkeley anymore, but there is a new admissions officer there who is trying a number of new things. I saw an interview with him where he said, just asking your socioeconomic status in the application before you asked your the student's SAT scores led to an increase in the number of applicants of color. Like they would continue doing the application. So there are a lot of steps that can be taken, and I think universities will.
Can I just add one point to that, or not? I'm going to ask you a question, but about, at Harvard, 1/5 of the Harvard parents already make less than 85,000. That's when they all go for free. So if you go to class, what makes you think the school is going to raise more money to pay for all the tuition for all these people. It's like, where's the money coming from?
So two answers to that. Well, three answers. One, back when we were at Harvard, the mantra was diversity is the hallmark of Harvard education, which was an interesting, and I think diversity is incredibly important. They didn't say diversity and excellence or diversity and seeking the truth. They said diversity is the hallmark of Harvard education. It's inconceivable to me that they won't take the steps necessary to boost racial diversity in new ways. Now, Harvard can do it on its own. It's one of the few institutions that has the wealth to do it. But that's where the political pressure comes into bear, that you need to put, we will all need to put pressure on state legislators in the institutions that are not as well endowed as Harvard to come up with the resources. I talked to one admissions officer who said, this is going to be a fantastic opportunity for fundraising because people with deep pockets are going to see the Supreme Court doing something that looks like it is, that if universities don't act, will in fact harm a lot of people, and something needs to be done. And he thought that they would be able to raise money for financial aid to bring in diversity, that would be a very popular concept.
So I have a question for both of you. Both of you made excellent talks, and I learned so much. And Prudence, you were sensational, I have to say. The question is this. We're talking about diversity and racial balance of the elite selective colleges and universities. And the question is, when I look at the CEOs of American corporations and their educational background, some of them did graduate from Harvard and Yale and Princeton, but not very many. Most of them graduate from state universities, small ones, Dakota, whatever. And so they're the captains of American capitalism. But they are not proportionally representative of the elite East Coast Ivy League universities. I know at Cornell, our Cornell students get into middle level management, but very few of them go on to the top C-suite positions. So in fact, quite a few of the graduates from Harvard College end up in so-so careers because they were taught values to serve the country, to be public-minded. I include my son in that group. He's a principal of of an inner city school in Oakland and not making that much money, even though he graduated from Exeter and Harvard College, because his values are different. So who has seen a correlation between or regression showing the relationship between elite education in Ivy League and the level of economic success afterwards? I mean, it's there, but are they the new billionaires?
I think that's an excellent question, which is why the cultural logic is flawed, Victor. I think that's why, because there is a non-rationality to this. It's the idea that the most elite yields the most money, the best life. But it is the case, whether or not you're a billionaire or a millionaire, I think some of the economic research suggests that there are returns, six-figure salary. Although paradoxically, as you say, the more you get progressive-minded, inequality, folks with a focused teaching inside of these institutions, you shift habits, hearts, and minds so that people want to go into the public service sectors, like your son. I mean, I just taught first-year students this year, and most of them, particularly if they are historically underrepresented, come pre-professional, because that's an economic thing. That's something we haven't talked about, business law and medicine or so. I'm trying to get more of them to think about being educators, right? and our education system needs it, but I'm not talking about TFA type. I'm really talking about being dedicated and committed to helping to remake American public education. So some come in with public service or doing nonprofit or those kinds of things, but I think you're right. I thought Richard Aram or someone like that did a study to show, It was Steve Brent. Yeah, Steve Brent did a study to show that the correlations between the elite universities and jobs and professions. What we do know, though, is the Supreme Court comprises many from that. I mean, that definitely increases your probability. And we do know in the halls of Congress, there are a lot of folks, right? But in terms of the rest of us, most of them of the sectors, no.
The only regression I saw was by a Princeton economist, and he showed a rather modest return for a BA from the Ivy League universities. Modest.
Well, Raj Chetty looked at that question and sees, a lot of social mobility for low-income students who attend elite colleges. They're put on a totally different trajectory in life. So I think that makes a difference. I think the other big point is that there was one study that found essentially half of government leaders and half of business leaders come from 12 institutions in the United States, 12 wealthy institutions. And so, of course, it is true. You can go, through talent, and luck, you can rise up no matter where you go to college, or sometimes even if you didn't go to college. But in terms of the odds, part of the reason I focused on this issue of affirmative action at elite universities is because it does create a big chunk of the leadership class in America. And so it matters whether these institutions are economically and racially diverse. Having said that, I've also spent a lot of time on funding of community colleges, because that's where many more students go. And so I see both sides of that, but I do think it's relevant who goes to selective colleges.
Government service. And the university lawyer or doctor, you do live in the upper middle class. But the creation of great wealth is a little bit more random. And advocacy ball and other areas of human capabilities show up to be. By general census, the elite universities emphasize public service and values that are service to the benefit of humanity more than.
Wow, I'm not sure I agree. I know it at a lot of these elite universities, they end up lying. I mean, when I was an undergrad, I didn't know anything about Goldman Sachs or any of these places, and all of a sudden everyone's going there.
I'm tempted to, if I may, I'm tempted to quote my favorite sentence from my, reveal myself here, my 50th reunion, Harvard reunion book. One classmate wrote the following: I found my calling in finance.
Yeah.
Right. And I have to say, I mean, we can debate this. I hope you're right, but a very high percentage of the graduates from these institutions go into finance. Yeah. That's another, right. Right.
But it's not the main area that make billionaires. They're self-made entrepreneurs.
Yeah, I think statistics matter here. You have to look at the base population of that age cohort. It is sure proportionally from that institution, it's a high percentage, but overall in the larger population, I think both of you are right to an extent. Okay.
If I may, thank you for both of these terrific talks, which were very stimulating in a lot of different ways. Rick, if you permit, just one quick comment, really more than a question. I think we're using certain terms a little loosely, like elite, selective, prestigious. The fact of the matter is, there are 4 universities that are vastly richer than all the other ones: Harvard, Yale, Princeton, and Stanford. And what you're projecting that they may be able to step to the plate and raise their financial aid budgets very significantly, very quickly is plausible. I don't think it's plausible for a lot of the other institutions that we've been seeing in these lists, including my own. So that's something we can talk about at another time, but I think it's a more serious financial challenge than you may be allowing. But for Professor Carter, and I'm sure this is my failing, I'm not quite understanding the historical analogy that I think I heard you make about an affirmative action precedent that brought women into these institutions that had been previously closed to women, which happened in the 60s and 70s, right? Can you elaborate a little bit on that? What you mean by that? What was the affirmative action analogy there?
So what I'm talking about is actually, and it is the case that even 30 years ago, when I was doing admissions, we had to proactively think about bringing in women into the STEM fields and to making sure that we had representation across the majors and such. And if you look at where those institutions were in the 60s and 70s, and well, by the 70s, particularly the Ivies, they all had sister colleges. They didn't open their doors to the 70s. But fewer came in as the doors of opportunity, more came in. But it is the case that in certain fields, they were more there was more gender segmentation. There was proactive behind the scenes, making sure that you could actually get engineers who are female, math, chemistry, and those things. And it is now the case, if you look at the data, that there's a much greater, in fact, more female representation in a lot of these fields in higher education. But it was a much more silent process. It wasn't one that was politically as politically contentious as the one around race. And I'm just drawing attention to it. So you hear a lot of folks who make structural analysis and racial analysis say, but the greatest beneficiaries of the orders of the processes of affirmative action have historically been actually white females. And there have been studies to support that. We don't talk about it because there's something so nefarious about race. And for obvious reasons, as a fundamental social organizing principle in this society, but gender was too. Women were historically denied. Women couldn't vote until the 19th Amendment. Black men got the right to vote before. So I just wonder, I don't know who's written about that comparative analysis. I mean, we talk about admissions and opening the doors, but I would love to see a compelling comparative analysis about why race is any less worthy than gender.
Yeah, I hear you, but I guess well, other people want to speak, but my sense is that removing the barriers to women coming to these institutions fell more into the non-discriminatory paradigm. That is, these had been essentially gender segregated institutions.
They were racially segregated too, right?
Right. But so they, in the 60s and 70s, they let that barrier down and floods of applications from women who had been going to the Seven Sister schools and so on came pouring in. I just don't quite get the moral analogy that you're making, but I don't get the sort of functional analogy.
Right. What I'm saying is there's the proactive and then there's the voluntary. You're saying voluntarily women were applying. But there were proactive processes too to diversify fields in higher education. In terms of one of the things, so let's bring the mid-level, meso-level analysis. One of the benefits for women, particularly white women, is that there were sisters or relations. They were living in the communities and neighborhoods and going to high schools who were white males who were in these schools. So you had that social capital to drive the cultural capital to apply. That is not the case in historically underrepresented groups. If they weren't there, who was there to help them even understand about? That's why I use the personal narrative. Nobody in my community really knew about these things. And I would suggest to you, that's still the case. That's why admission officers like myself had to be proactive going into the center cities of Detroit and Cleveland and Chicago and Birmingham and Jackson and LA to Black communities to even get them to know about these places. So because you didn't have the social capital to the same extent. Yeah.
And to be clear, that'll be and should be completely legal after the Supreme Court rules. You can go out and recruit and make sure that people know about the opportunities and apply. That was kind of the original meaning of affirmative action. And I think that there will be greater efforts, increased efforts as a new path to, not a brand new path, but a re-energized path to getting diversity. And Andy, on your point about the, only 4 colleges can afford it. Honestly, it's a very conservative take on life. It suggests that all the other institutions can't reorder their priorities so maybe the faculty says, okay, we're going to give up our cost of living adjustment this year, and we're going to tighten our belts here, and we're going to do this because having racial diversity is a piece of an excellent education. And I guess, we will see if that happens, but it would be shameful if a place like Columbia, which is not in the top 4 in endowment, but has a lot of money, said, we would love to have racial diversity. We just can't afford to try new ways to get there. I can't imagine they will do that.
So I have both a question and a comment. The question, it's a delicate issue. It's about the African-American population at a lot of these schools and the proportion of them who are children of Caribbean and African immigrants and the proportion who are products of biracial marriages. Just read an article in the Crimson. Nobody knows the exact data, but there was an estimate that it could be as low as 10% are descended from slaves. And I think an upper estimate is around 25%. So the universities, I'm having been in universities for a long time and having studied them for a long time, I'm fairly cynical about universities. To me, they're institutions like other institutions, no more idealistic, just as materially driven. And so I think the universities are committed to visual diversity. They want to see brown and Black faces on their campus. They're not terribly concerned about who those students are and what kind of historical disadvantage their families may or may not have suffered. And so there is this, now at Harvard, there's an organization, it's not called the American Descendants of Slaves, but in essence, that's what it is. And so I was wondering how people feel about the standing as we look into a post-affirmative action era of the people who have historical connections to American slavery versus people who have come here recently from Nigeria or Jamaica and so forth. It's obviously a super delicate issue. Secondly, I wanted to introduce kind of a cautionary note on the Berkeley interpretation of the data. Berkeley seems to me has tried very hard. It's now, 27 years since affirmative action was eliminated. Last figure I saw was about 3% African American. And even the Latino figure, which was about 14%, when you consider that California is 40% Latino now, and the young people in California are well over 40% Latino, it doesn't look so good. And I find it not coincidental that Berkeley and Michigan, UCLA is an interesting counter case, but Berkeley and Michigan are the 2 most selective of those institutions, which suggests to me that the even more selective institutions may have a real problem. And then if we take it on to law schools and medical schools, we may have an even more severe problem in the post-affirmative action era. So I'm less confident than Rick is about the universities rising to the occasion, that Michigan and California have tried quite hard to rise to the occasion in Berkeley's case, for over a quarter of a century, and they've not risen that far. So I am very concerned about what's going to happen. And I do, I guess, wonder, as I guess Andy was saying, about the willingness. I think if you were to ask the Berkeley faculty, for example, to hold on their pay raises for a year to pay for scholarships, let's just say I would not be optimistic about the outcome. So,
Gotta close on some.
so anyhow,
Yeah.
but I'm especially interested in the first part about the
Yeah,
American descendants of slaves versus other
Right.
people who are eligible.
There's a really great article in the Sociology of Education by Pamela Bennett and Amy Lutz, where they actually analyze national data to show the Caribbean and the Black diasporic advantage. And it's something like who's Black anyway on these selective colleges. And it is true. I mean, even Lonnie Guinier and Henry Louis Gates wrote a piece about this long ago. It's been backstage talk for a long time and even empirically done. There are two things that I think I could say about this. Part of that diasporic effect has to do also with wealth and class and human capital. No doubt that these are post 1965, second, third generation. Parents had a lot of human capital, a lot of wealth. They live in those neighborhoods, go to those schools. They have a knowledge base. They apply to the Ivies. Most Black people, if demographers in the room help me, but I believe still live in the South. It is a long way between these New England and a lot of these elite public privates in the South. HBCU scene is culturally so central to the Black middle class and working and poor, those who are college going in the South. Is certainly almost everybody I know from in my community still now, a lot of them attend the HBCUs, even the elite ones, Howard and Spelman and Hampton and so forth. And I think we have to take it seriously, the pipeline and the push effect. It's not like it's possibly that it's not like a lot of African-Americans, descendants of enslaved folks are knocking down the door to get into these institutions necessarily. The price tag is daunting. And then the second thing, I think we can't be too idealistic. I agree about how much it costs now to go to these places. And for every one person you bring in for free, for full ride, you're going to probably need 2 to 3 high-paying people to help pay the cost of that. I don't know what the number is, but somebody has done that analysis. And there is a reason with those legacies, a lot of them pay for that. I remember looking at legacies who were talking about the 1, 2, 3, 4s earlier around the academic part. You can be a 4 academically, but if your grandparents' name are on a building, then the president will let you in. So that's just how that works. And we have to be real about it because they know those are the people who pay the bills. It's a business model.
One footnote about Berkeley. It is relevant that Berkeley cannot use race in admissions and Stanford can. Virtually every competitor of Berkeley's can. They do these comparisons where you say these are our 12 comparison colleges, and on that list, virtually all of them can use race. So if you can, so just to make it concrete, if a highly talented Black student who gets into Berkeley without any consideration of race is likely also to get into an even more elite institution with consideration of race, where are they going to go? They're going to go to Stanford or whatever other institution. So Berkeley's fighting this battle with one hand tied behind its back. And so we shouldn't put too much emphasis on what happened at Berkeley. In terms of University of Michigan, they've done very, very little to try to. They've done some, but they've done very little to, try to create racial diversity through alternative means. And I think it's likely to be an effect of this very phenomenon where, oh my God, we're competing against all these other colleges that can still use race. Ironically, Berkeley, my prediction is Berkeley and Michigan will see their numbers of African-American students rise when the Supreme Court rules, because then everyone's on the same playing field.
I have one thing to add to that. Sorry, but you know, the numbers of Black students who got accepted to Harvard this particular year, the percentage actually decreased. And what they found out was that many of the students actually decided to go to the HBCUs. Part of it is the chilling effect of of all the case, you know, and what they believe will happen to them when they're there. The number of Black and Latino students will fall. And what does it mean culturally on the campus? Will they be accepted or not? And they sometimes will see, you know, all the schools are fighting for them, including Berkeley, including Michigan and Harvard and Yale and Princeton and the HBCUs. They get into all these places. They actually have a choice. So they are not choosing to go there this year. So yes, I think we're done here, right?
Yeah, we're done.
Thank you very much for a terrific panel and a great discussion. And that's it for today's activities. Those of us who are on the program and are going to go eat at Evergreen on 38th, we'll see you there at 6:30. And anyone who wants to come back tomorrow morning, please do at 9 o'clock, but not here. We'll be meeting on the ground floor of this building. So when you enter, you know, you go past the round the reception desk and sort of keep to your right and go walk towards the back, and you'll find the Siegel Theater, which is where we're going to meet at 9 o'clock to continue this fantastic discussion. So thank you all for coming.